The BURP Working Group report on the paper published this year by Hilborn et al. Titled, When Does Fishing Forage Species Affect Their Predators? As the board will remember, at our May meeting, this paper was on our agenda as an FYI, essentially. In response, the board tasked the BURP Working Group to review the paper and report back to the board regarding their thoughts and perspectives. There is a memo from the working group to the board summarizing their review in the meeting materials, and that's at pages 224 to 225. And Shanna Matson, the Commission's Fisheries Science Coordinator, is poised and ready to go with a brief presentation to the board on that review. We plan to spend about 30 minutes on this agenda item. It is not an action item. I don't anticipate the need for any motions. It's more of a briefing for the board. So with that, Shanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and also thank you for the introduction. Actually, you kind of stole my first slide here, so that's great. Just to dive right in, so essentially what happened was after the board tasked us with reviewing this paper, the work group reached out to the lead on the paper, Dr. Ray Hilborn, and he agreed to present the conclusions of this research and give us a few other examples of research that supported those conclusions. The work group decided to develop a list of questions ahead of time that were distributed to Dr. Hilborn prior to that call to kind of help guide that discussion. And we wanted to let the board know that these are the same steps that we took when the board previously tasked us with reviewing the LenFest report. So to dive right in, we kind of wanted to provide you with the main conclusions of Dr. Hilborn's paper. And the overarching conclusion of this paper is that modeling the impacts of fishing on forage fish needs to be approached on a case-by-case basis. He recommends that the management consider the high natural variability of forage fish populations and the adaptation of predators to that variability. Predators that focus on young, immature fish may not be affected by fishing pressure on forage species, since forage species production is heavily influenced by environmental conditions. These fisheries may also focus on a different prey size than predators typically eat. However, there is cases where predators could potentially compete with the fisheries if they end up eating the same size forage that the fishery is selecting for. Also, according to this research, factors including flexible prey preferences by predators, size selectivity by the predators, fishery size selectivity, and environmental effects on recruitment strength need to be considered when models are built for each specific system. The paper does conclude that trophic models, such as EcoPath with EcoSim, often do not incorporate these factors and can therefore at times overestimate the effect of fishing forage fish on predators. So one of the things that Dr. Hilborn brought up was that he recommends folks using something called models of intermediate complexity for ecosystem assessments, or MICE models. These models are specifically built to kind of address the main management questions that are under consideration and can be very useful for addressing the impacts of fishing on predator-prey dynamics. We also wanted to kind of note that in the 2015 Atlantic Menhaden peer review workshop report, the peer reviewers recommended that ecosystem reference points also be developed through the use of what they were calling minimum sufficient complexity models, which is essentially the same as MICE, just without the jargon. And that would essentially couple Atlantic Menhaden dynamics with that of their main predator species. The work group did want to note that they are currently developing a suite of intermediate complexity Menhaden-specific models. These are what we end up reporting out to you guys on during May and October meeting weeks. And we do believe that these align with both the general recommendations from Dr. Hilborn and the peer review panel. And as I've said all the time, I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing this, the work group anticipates that these models should be ready for peer review in 2019, along with the benchmark assessment. So those will be paired with the BAM model and will go to peer review at that point. Both Hilborn and Pikitch et al., which is, in other words, the Lenfest report, do agree that specific ecosystem models are preferred when you're trying to get to these ecosystem reference points. However, the difference between these two papers sort of lies in what reference points they believe should be used in the interim while these ecosystem-specific models are in production. Essentially, Pikitch et al. Recommend the use of these kind of default generic reference points based on this expectation that there should be a negative response in predator populations caused by forage fisheries. In contrast, Dr. Hilborn and his colleagues decided that they found very little evidence that fishing on forage fish actually affects the population growth rate of predators, even when predators have a large portion of their diet made up of that forage species of interest. The work group did want to note that as they've been kind of working through trying to develop these interim reference points that are under consideration through Amendment 3, we did run into some problems translating these more generalized reference points into their single species equivalents that kind of place emphasis on maintaining a portion of total biomass rather than spawning potential, which is what we're usually calculating. I don't want to spoiler alert that too much, but Katie's going to review those issues in her upcoming presentation, so you'll see some of those caveats and some of the problems that we ran into when working with those. Overall, the work group does note that the selection of reference points is going to be highly dependent on management goals and objectives that are determined by the preferred trade-offs of the specific ecosystem, as well as the ability to actually test whether or not those reference points meet the goals and objectives for your system. Overall, the work group does note also that the general conclusions of Hilborn et al. Are consistent with previous conclusions of the work group, in that we have recommended that ecosystem models should be built specific to the system of interest. And I believe that in our memo to the board, we note back to a memo that we provided you in 2015 on that topic. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shanna. Great presentation. Before I open the floor to questions, and I will, I just want to note that the draft amendment at pages 34 and 35 does cover some of the key findings and perspectives that emanate from the Hilborn et al. Paper, pretty much echoing the essence of what Shanna just presented. So really the question is the board comfortable with the way that's done, or does the board feel that anything more or less should be done? And with that in mind, I'll take any questions for Shanna or any comments on the way the draft amendment addresses the issues raised by the paper. I'm sort of jumping ahead with that draft amendment teaser question, but I do think that was the whole point of having the working group look at this paper, to make sure that they both provided a response back to the board as requested, and that the draft amendment sufficiently incorporates the work that's been done on all sides of this issue, including Hilborn, of course, including Pikitch. And so with that, are there any questions for Shanna based on the working group's report? Yes, John Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just curious about that last recommendation. You said that Hilborn did not recommend using generic reference points until reference points were developed, and then you also said that the work group agreed with Hilborn that to develop specific reference points. Did they agree with him that generic reference points should not be used until the specific reference points are developed?
Yes, so essentially back in 2015 when we started to talk about some of these more generalized reference points, the work group did go through trying to see if they would work for the system, and we had a bunch of kind of just caveats, and we did conclude that we believe that the Pikitch reference points weren't applicable specifically for Menhaden, and we did, in a follow-up memo, I believe in October, state that we thought that in the interim we should continue to use the single species reference points until ecosystem-specific models are built.
Other questions? Yes, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Shanna, you mentioned that the
ecopath with ecosystem models might not be the best. And there's, in the supplemental materials, there is another document from, I'm going to slaughter these names, but Bookheister, Miller, and Hood, and referencing the model that they've developed that's an ecopath with ecosystem for Menhaden. So how is that tying into the BURP's development of ecological reference points? Thanks.
So essentially, Andre's group is working on that outside of the BURP group. We have been working closely with him to help provide information where we can. He does come in and provide us updates. I don't want to speak out of turn, so Jay and Katie, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I think one of the main concerns that the BURP work group has with using an ecopath with ecosim model to provide reference points for the board is the fact that it's extremely data hungry. It takes a very long time to update. You need a lot of outside data sources to kind of be able to provide timely management advice. And when we were starting to work through, figuring out what models we wanted to present to you, we did really take to heart the 2015 peer review recommendations that we should look for something with an intermediate complexity that's going to be able to provide the management advice that you all need in a timely fashion. So that's one of the reasons that we actually stepped away from the multi-species VPA model that we were previously using to kind of give you that M vector that was going into the single species model. It took a very long time to update. It was very data hungry. So we're trying to move towards something that's going to give you good management advice in a timely fashion.
Other questions? Yes, Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I heard what John Clark asked you in the answer, but wanted to make sure this was in sequence to the current assessment update. And in the assessment update, it indicates that the MSP or spawner recruit-based reference points are intended to be interim reference points while the ASMFC's Multi-Species Technical Committee develops ecological-based reference points. Is that pretty much what you summed up for John Clark? Okay, thank you.
That was a yes for the record. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, I see one more hand up. Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What pages in the document did you say that this was summarized on?
Pages 34 and 35 of the draft amendment. You'll see the issue addressed. I'm not sure if that aligns with the numbers in the meeting materials, so I may...
Yeah, I'm not seeing it here on 34 and 35. I thought that's what you said, but I don't want to bog us down on that.
It is, Jeff Kalin just confirmed that it is on pages 34 and 35 of the amendment, so you've got to translate that into the meeting material page numbers. So if you go find the amendment in the meeting materials and then go to pages 34 and 35, you should find it. Thank you for that clarification. Any further questions? Seeing none, we will move on to the next agenda item now, and we have changed the order per the modified agenda that the board adopted earlier today. So we are now on what is now item 7, an update on 2017 harvest under the Episodic Events Set-Aside Program, and I believe Megan has a presentation. Megan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just one slide, so I'll start talking. On June 30th, staff notified states that 80% of the set-aside had been used, and as a result, the set-aside program was closed on July 5th. At that time, the states of Maine, Rhode Island, and New York were actively harvesting under the set-aside. After we've totaled the landings, they indicate that there's been a roughly 283-pound overage to the set-aside. So we have the 283,000, my pardon, overage to the set-aside. So we have our table up here, which has our 2017 episodic events quota, which was roughly 4.4 million pounds. The 3 states collectively harvested just under 4.7 million pounds, so that's 106.4% of the quota. And to give a heads up to the states, given that all of the set-aside was used, there will be no redistribution of unused set-aside on November 1st.
That's the summary. Are there any questions for Megan regarding that summary? Pat Kelleher?
The amendment, the addendum is fairly quiet on payback on this, so I'm assuming Rhode Island will cover the overage.
We'll leave that open as a rhetorical. Any other questions or comments on Megan's summary of the episodic events harvest in 2017? Dr. Duvall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, have talked about this. We've actually been approached by a couple states, New York and I believe Maine, for requests for quota transfer just to cover overages and their existing quota allocations. And during one of those conversations, it came up as to whether or not North Carolina might be able to cover that episodic events overage and transfer some of our unused Menhaden quota from this year into there. And I've talked to staff, and we think we might be able to cover that. We certainly want to be able to cover the requests that we've received from New York and from Maine, and so it's likely that we could do that. We might want to do it in sort of two chunks just to make sure that we don't go over our own allocation. So I just want to put that out there for the board's consideration.
Thank you for that. Very helpful. Any other discussion on this issue? Seeing none, we're doing well with our agenda, but boy, the next issue may well change that. But we'll try to stay on track, because the next issue is the review of. Did I miss something? Oh, Eric, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eric.
Okay, that's okay, Bob. I see that you had to combine the three states because of confidentiality rules. At some point, we're going to find out what New York landed because they're capped at £1 million. Is that correct?
So I can't say individually what the states landed, because if you know one or two of the states, you can calculate the third. So I always will have to present episodic landings either as all three together or as a total state landing.
Okay, it is what it is, I think. All right, on to the next agenda item, which is Draft Amendment 3. This is the big enchilada for today. And the purpose of the agenda item is to review and approve draft addendum, I'm sorry, I keep saying draft amendment 3 for public comment. A lot of ground to cover here, but we have about 3 hours set aside to do it, and we're actually ahead of schedule, so let's get to it. We're going to begin with a series of 4 back-to-back presentations. One from Dr. Drew, who is going to review the BURP Working Group's report on interim reference points. Then Megan is going to review the draft amendment pretty much in its entirety to just kind of cover all the bases there in terms of what the amendment is all about. And then Megan's also going to offer the PDTs as the third presentation, the PDT's report on the New York proposal to recalibrate its landings. And then Jeff Kalin will provide the AP report on the draft amendment. So we're going to just try to move through those reports relatively quickly, take the time that we need, and we're going to then move into the actual discussion on the amendment itself and any changes that the board wishes to make. So the idea here is to first sort of set the stage with these presentations and then roll up our sleeves and go at it as a follow. So that's the game plan. We'll see how it goes. And with that, I will we'll begin with Dr. Drew's presentation on the BURP Working Group's report on interim reference points, and that can be found at pages 376 to 378 of the meeting materials. Katie?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we'll be starting with the interim reference point option presentation. And so what I'm just going to go through today is how the reference points were calculated, how the BURP actually translated sort of these theoretical ideas into the numbers that you saw in the document, as well as go over what the actual values are and some of the caveats and concerns that the BURP had with how these reference points ended up being calculated. So as a reminder, just to kind of set the stage for some of the issues that we dealt with, the single species biological reference points that came out of the update are from an age-structured model, whereas these interim ERPs are from ecosystem models that have, if they have any, they have very limited size structure. So usually they'll just either treat these prey items and these species in the model as a single lump of biomass, or they'll say small animals and big animals. So it misses some of the fine-scale detail that the age-structured model has in exchange for the larger ecosystem complexity. So the question becomes, how do you convert from sort of one model and framework into another framework to make it work with the available data that we have? So going forward, to start with, we're going to talk about the single species reference points. The single species reference points, as Jay covered earlier today, are based on an F target and an F threshold that are empirical and based on the median and maximum geometric mean of F on ages 2 through 4 for 1960 to 2012. So this figure here has the time period in question, 1960 to 2012, with the maximum in the red line and the median in the black dashed line, to give you an idea of what those reference points look like on the fishing mortality of the time. So we've covered those. I'm not going to get into a lot of depth on that right now. The first option, so that's options A and B. Option C is the Pickett et al. Or the Lenfest report options, which specify, there's two components to this. The first is that the maximum F rate that you would allow would be 1/2 of natural mortality, or 1/2 of FMSY if you had an FMSY estimate, whichever would be lower. We do not have an FMSY estimate for Menhaden because that requires a spawner-recruit relationship, and we don't feel that we have the data to evaluate that we feel environment is a bigger driving factor than spawning stock biomass is in determining recruitment. So we are presenting or calculated the maximum F as 1/2 of natural mortality. However, we use an age-structured natural mortality, as Jay mentioned earlier today. So what you see in this graph is basically the estimates of natural mortality for each age class. And as you can see, the youngest fish have the highest natural mortality, and the older fish have a lower natural mortality. So how do you get a single value out of this for your reference point? You could take a single straight-across average, but that doesn't reflect the fact that not all of these ages are equally abundant within the population. So in this figure, you can see the sort of the equilibrium total biomass structure of the population. And so you can see that most of the biomass is really in ages 0, 1, and 2, and then it declines after that. So there's more biomass coming from those younger, smaller fish because they're more abundant. So what we did to come up with our maximum F value for the Lenfest reference point is to take the biomass weighted average M. And so basically weight each value of natural mortality at age by the biomass of that, or what proportion of the biomass that age class represents in the population. We use the equilibrium sort of long-term average expected proportions of biomass, but obviously the biomass structure of the population would affect that estimate of natural mortality. So this gives you a sort of population-wide average natural mortality rather than the age-specific natural mortality that our model uses. The second component of the Lenfest reference point is the hockey stick control rule. So the maximum F allowed is that 1/2 of M. That's allowed sort of basically under virgin conditions, you can fish at that rate. As the population declines, you fish at a lower and lower rate until you reach 40% of your B0. After that 40% of B0, no fishing mortality is allowed. So to figure out how hard you fish in between 100% of B0 and 40% of B0, we fitted a line from that maximum allowed F to the point at which you do not allow an F. Then, to figure out your target F, you look at where you are relative to that virgin biomass and follow that line down until it intersects with that red dashed line, and that's your target F. So in this case, we are at about 47% of B0 right now, according to our assessment update. So that translates into where that 47% translates into a target mortality where it intersects that gray line of the hockey stick. So that's how the hockey stick control rule works for the Lenfest reference point. The next set of options, options D and E, are the ones based on essentially the B75% rule of thumb. So they're based on the idea of maintaining biomass at 75% of virgin biomass and figuring out the fishing mortality that gives you either a target of 75% of your virgin biomass or a threshold of 40% of your virgin biomass. And so with this, we used a per recruit model, which is an age-structured model, essentially, to find the levels of fishing mortality that resulted in total biomass being 40% or 75% of the unfished biomass. And this is the same model and the same inputs that with the assessment model, the BAM model, uses to calculate our fecundity-based reference points. So, and I'm sure you guys are all familiar with SPR, or spawning potential ratio reference points from other species that you try to get at 30 or 40% SPR. And it's essentially the same concept, but instead of trying to preserve spawning stock biomass, we're trying to preserve total biomass, which includes the immature fish in ages 0 and 1. So that was a fairly straightforward method of getting at the F rate that will get you either 40% of your unfished biomass or 75% of your unfished biomass. So the hang-up is a little bit is that all three of these methods are reporting F on different components of the population, just from the way they are defined. So the single species reference points, as we've already talked about, are referencing or reporting the average F on ages 2 through 4, which are the 3 most heavily exploited age classes in the population. The biomass per recruit estimates for the 75% and 40% B0 are reporting the maximum F experienced by any age. And the 1/2 of M reference point is essentially an average over the entire population. So as they are calculated, they're not directly comparable because you're talking about sort of a maximum versus a population average. So in order to give you guys numbers that are all on the same scale and can sort of be compared to each other, we've converted all of the F estimates into biomass-weighted average F values for the entire population. So what you can see in this graph is basically the green bars indicate for the 40% B0 reference point, the the individual age-specific F that each age would experience in the population. So this takes into account the fact that the selectivity in this fishery is essentially dome-shaped, that the fishing pressure is mostly on those middle ages, and the youngest and the oldest age classes are not as heavily exploited by the fishery. So each age has its own specific fishing mortality, and that fishing mortality is then weighted by this equilibrium total biomass, so that the effects of you have more biomass in the age zeros that experience lower fishing pressure essentially balances out kind of the average F across the entire population, which is why in the document that the management document, the numbers are different than what you saw in the assessment update, even for the single species. So it's basically, it's the same level of fishing pressure, but we're reporting it over the entire population instead of over the 3 most heavily exploited age classes. So that's why those numbers are a little different from what you may have seen before. But again, we want to stress that we're talking about the same amount of fishing pressure. So what are the actual estimates? These are the estimates in the table. I'm not going to go through and read them off one by one. You can go back to the document and look at the table. Instead, I'm going to show you this figure, which is essentially sort of lining up the different options with reference to that black dot, which is the F in 2016. And so the F in 2016 is also reported as the biomass average F. And so the solid lines represent the thresholds, and the dashed lines represent the targets. And the single species threshold is in blue, the Lenfest threshold is in gray, and the biomass, the B40 and B75% are in orange. So what you can see from this graph, just kind of to give you an idea of where we are in 2016 relative to these proposed reference points, we are below all of the thresholds, so overfishing is not occurring. And we are below the single species target, which is what the update said, but we would be above the ecological reference point targets. So just to lay out a couple of caveats that the BURP had about developing these reference points. Again, we're kind of trying to translate between two models that are really describing different processes. And the BURP had some concerns that BRPs that focus on conserving total biomass may end up depleting your spawning stock to levels of spawning potential well below kind of the fecundity limit that we proposed. And the reason is because of what you can see with this figure here, which is the black line is the selectivity, again, of the fishery, that dome shape that's applying pressure to the Middle Ages. And whereas in the equilibrium total biomass, you have a lot of biomass in age 0 and age 1, those youngest, most abundant fish, whereas the fecundity is all more heavily present, obviously, in the older, bigger fish that are actually mature and contribute to the spawning stock. And so if you're trying to figure out a level of fishing mortality that reduces total biomass to 40% or 75%, what's going to happen is you have to fish those middle age classes very hard in order to reduce the biomass to that level, because so much of the biomass is concentrated in those unexploited age classes. Whereas a fecundity reference point is going to require you to preserve more of those older age classes independent of your recruits. So there's the potential that in this system, with this fishery, with this kind of dome-shaped selectivity where you're not really exploiting age 0 and 1, that you're going to push spawning stock biomass and the adult mature fish to much lower levels than you would want and still not have a big impact on total biomass. So the other two caveats is that we're presenting this biomass weighted average F because we need to keep everything on the same scale so that you're not comparing apples and oranges. But it makes even very high full F look low. So by spreading that F out over those unexploited age classes, even if you're hitting age 3 and 4 extremely hard with the fishery, because there's so much biomass in those under very low exploited age 0 and 1, it's going to pull the whole population average down and make it look lower than it would if you were looking at the exploitation rate on the single most exploited age classes. And just the final caveat is that the ecosystem models used to develop these interim ERPs are using fundamentally different assumptions about the fisheries and the behavior of the fisheries, in particular that dome-shaped selectivity, is not something that's really incorporated into the ecosystem models. That if there is size structure in the ecosystem models, it usually assumes that the oldest fish are fully exploited, whereas as we've seen with this model, the older fish, actually there is a little bit of protection for them with that dome-shaped selectivity, that the older age classes are not as fished as heavily as those middle age classes. And this will have an impact on kind of how you assume the population's going to respond to that level of fishing pressure. So just some caveats to point out. And I'll take questions now about the reference points and the reference point calculations specifically.
Yeah, let's do that. I mean, first, thank you very much. Excellent presentation. And through you to the BURP Working Group, thank you for their excellent work on analyzing this issue. Questions for Katie on her presentation, on the BURP Working Group's report on this issue? Seeing none, that's me. Oh, I see one hand up. Allison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'd just like to echo your sentiments that I'm very appreciative of all the work that the BURP Group has put into this. I know this is sort of charting new waters, which is never an easy task to take on. So thank you. And the memo also was excellent and really helped sort of guide me through that. So I appreciate it. Curious as to these reference points and the discussion of the reference points and the methods used in the amendment itself, and maybe we'll get there, so please just let me know if we need to defer this. I think the information that's in there is a really good start, but I'm wondering if additional information would be helpful as we move forward in the process, especially if there are alternative methods that are developed for comparing the biomass and F-based reference points. I think that there was reference earlier to the memo in the supplemental material about a new paper that just came out that has even another method for deriving comparable estimates. So I would just hope that there could be some additional information included so that once this goes out, that there's a possibility to sort of really dig in on the methods. Thank you.
I would say, the BURP can certainly work with Megan to make sure that we can clarify some of that language. I think, obviously we don't want to get too far into alternative theoretical reference points, like these are the options, this is what they are, and this is how we're going to come up with actual numbers that reflect that theoretical. But I think we can certainly work with Megan to make any of that more clear in the document that goes out for public comment.
And I would please remind us when we get back to that portion of the review of the draft amendment, your suggestion to make sure we've captured that would be the appropriate time to kind of codify that suggestion. But thank you. Additional questions or comments on this issue? Seeing none, and I think I'm in order here, I hope I am, I think it's Megan up next for a full walkthrough of the draft amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to be going through the Amendment 3 management alternatives. And before we get started, hopefully everyone has had a chance to read through the amendment or parts of it. And hopefully some of the things you've noticed is that there are a large number of management alternatives in this document. And staff is concerned that this could be cumbersome at public hearings and impede effective public comment. As a result, one of the goals today is to consider ways to pare down this document. And to that end, there are two questions that I would like to pose to the board. And I would like to give credit to Jim Estes, actually, for these questions. He posed these at the Florida public hearing for the PID. And I think that they were really effective at kind of framing the discussion. So the two questions I'm going to pose are, is the management alternative beneficial for my state? And is the management alternative beneficial for the coast-wide management of Menhaden? If the answer to both of these questions is yes, then I think that's a really viable option that the board should be considering and hoping to keep in Draft Amendment 3. If the answer to both of these questions is no, then I think that's something the board should consider removing from the document so we can make those viable options a bit more visible. If the answer to one of these questions is yes and the other is no, then I think that warrants some board discussion. So I just ask that you keep these questions in mind as we go through the management alternatives. So we're going to start with section 2.6, that is reference points, and there are 5 options here. Option A is our single species reference points. So we've talked a lot about those today. Those are calculated from our assessment model, and they're based on the maximum and median fishing mortality rates for ages 2 through 4 from 1960 to 2012. Under option A, the development of ecosystem reference points would not be pursued. So this would mean any ongoing tasks of the BURP work group would be stopped. Under options B through E, the BURP continues to develop those Menhaden-specific reference points, but what differs is the interim reference point. So under option B, the BURP continues to develop Menhaden-specific reference points, and in the meantime, we continue to use our current single-species reference points. Under option C, again, the BURP continues to develop Menhaden-specific ecosystem reference points. And in the meantime, we use the Pikitch hockey stick control rule. So I think Katie did a good job of describing this. This is the same figure, but under this option, F does not exceed 1/2 of natural mortality. And as your biomass decreases, your fishing rate linearly decreases. And once your biomass falls below 40% unfished biomass, then fishing is prohibited. Under option D, the BURP continues to develop Menhaden-specific reference points, and in the interim, we use the 75% rule of thumb. And under this rule of thumb, we use a fishing mortality rate that achieves 75% unfished biomass. Finally, we have option E. Again, the BURP is continuing to develop Menhaden-specific reference points, and in the meantime, we use a target fishing mortality rate that achieves 75% unfished biomass and a threshold mortality rate that achieves 40% unfished biomass. This is Table 1 on page 38 of the draft amendment, and it compares the different reference point options with their resulting values as well as where we are today. This is kind of the same table that Katie talked about, so I'm not going to go into depth, but this is exactly the same thing she showed with the different lines, the gray, the blue, and the orange lines on her previous slide. Section 4.3.1.2 is our indecision clause. And just to kind of take us back to May, we talked about this a little bit, and some of the feedback that the PDT got was that maybe we should look at more carrot approaches to having the board pursue setting a TAC for the subsequent year instead of stick approaches. So we've developed a couple options, but I do just want to review the purpose of the indecision clause. So the purpose is to specify what happens if the board cannot agree on a TAC for the subsequent year. And the intent is to provide a non-preferred option which encourages the board to approve a TAC. So again, we have 4 options here. If the board is unable to approve a TAC for the subsequent year, under option A, the TAC will be set at 3/4 of the current TAC. Under option B, the TAC will remain the same, but any unused quota could not be rolled over into that subsequent year, and then any overages that occur would not be able to be addressed through transfers or quota reconciliation. Under option C, again, the TAC remains the same, but there's no episodic events program and no incidental catch provision. And under option D, all provisions of the current management plan are maintained, including the TAC. So this would just keep status quo. Section 4.3.2 is quota allocation. And first I'm going to describe the allocation methods, and then I'll talk about how they are presented in the draft amendment. So there are kind of 6 different approaches we can take for allocation. We have our dispositional approach, so that's bait versus reduction. We have allocation based on a TAC level. We have fleet capacity, where that divides allocation by gear types. We have a jurisdictional approach, and kind of its cousin to that is the fixed minimum approach. We have a regional approach, and then a coast-wide approach. So I'm going to talk about each of these in detail. We'll start with our dispositional allocation. So again, that's bait versus reduction. And there are 2 sub-options here. The board could decide to allocate 30% of the TAC to the bait sector and 70% to the reduction sector. Or under sub-option 2, that split can be based on historic landings. One thing to note is if the bait quota is not further divided by another allocation method, then a trip limit of 25,000 pounds will be implemented once 80% of the bait allocation is reached, and the intent of this is to minimize overages. I've also included examples of tables on some of these slides. I've not included all of the tables since there are so many, but the board can see the tables for the dispositional allocation method. It's tables 2A and B on page 53 of the amendment. Our next allocation method is based on the TAC level, and I'm going to try and describe this through a figure. So on our y-axis, we have our TAC. And as our TAC increases, we get to the dotted line, which is 212,500 metric tons. And that is our baseline here. So anytime a TAC is set that is equal to that or below that, we use our current allocation method. Anytime the board sets a TAC that is greater than 212,500 metric tons, The difference, so that would be what's in green, is allocated in a method that is more favorable to the bait fisheries. There are two options here as to how that green portion could be allocated. Under sub-option 1, that difference is allocated such that the reduction fishery gets 50% and the other 50% is distributed to state bait fisheries. And under sub-option 2, that difference is allocated such that the reduction fishery gets 30% and the other 70% is distributed to state bait fisheries. This is an example of the table for an allocation based on TAC level, but again, I encourage the board to look at tables 3 and 4 on pages 54 and 55. These show the allocation of that, again, that green portion, so that difference between your higher TAC and the 212,500 metric tons. Next, we have our fleet capacity quota. And we have two options here. Our first one is a two-fleet approach. So we would have our large fleet, which are things like purse seines and pear trawls, and then our small fleet is everything else. The other option is a three-fleet approach. So we have a large fleet, which is again our purse seiners and pear trawls, a medium fleet, which would be things like pound nets or gill nets or floating fish traps, and then your small fleet, which is things like cast nets and hand lines. Under those options, we have sub-options, and those ask whether these quotas are hard caps or whether the small fleet operates under a soft cap. And depending on the gear types that are potentially included in that soft cap, there are different trip limits. And there's been a couple questions about soft caps, so I just wanted to take a slide to fully try and explain these. So what is a soft cap? The intent here is to set a target quota for the small-scale fleet, but it does not subject this fleet to a fishery closure. And when we think of the scale of the gears that could be subject to a soft fleet, it's quite small, so only up to 6% of total landings are landed by this small-scale fleet. So when we think about the total fishery, it's a very small portion of that fishery, although it does encompass a wide number of gears. Some of the advantages of a soft cap are it relieves the administrative burden on states to implement timely quota monitoring. It provides flexibility to these gear types and minimizes discards, and it minimizes the economic impacts to small-scale community fisheries. The disadvantage is that small-scale fleet could exceed its target quota in a given year. To this end, the PDT has tried to add in some harvest control measures that set an upper bound for what could be harvested under a soft cap. So we have included things such as trip limits, the ability for the board to reduce that trip limit or remove a gear from a soft cap, and then the requirement that states continue to report their landings yearly so that we can monitor trends. Here are example tables for that fleet capacity option, but I encourage you to look at tables 5A through C and 6A through C. Next is our jurisdictional quota. This is where we divide the quota between the states. And I encourage you to look at tables 10A through C on page 64 through 65. The cousin to this approach is the fixed minimum approach. So here we're still allocating quota to each of the states, but each state receives a minimum percentage of the TAC. On an annual basis, states can choose to forgo their fixed minimum quota or retain 10,000 pounds for bycatch. The PDT has added this provision since under this option, states which historically did not have a fishery are allocated quota. Any quota that is relinquished by a state would then be redistributed to states who have opted in. There are three sub-options here. We have a 0.5% fixed minimum quota, a 1% fixed minimum quota, and a 2% fixed minimum quota. And this is an example table of that 0.5% fixed minimum quota, but I encourage you to look at tables 7A through C, 8A through C, and 9A through C. Our final allocation option here is the regional approach. So we have two options here. We have a 3-region approach, so it creates a New England region from Maine through Connecticut, a Mid-Atlantic region from New York through Delaware, and then a Chesapeake Bay South Atlantic region from Maryland through Florida. Under the 4-region approach, that Chesapeake Bay region is separated from the South Atlantic region. And I encourage you to look at tables 11A through E and 12A through C for this option. So that is the description of the different allocation methods. Now I'm going to talk about how they're presented in the document. So we have 4 tiers. And the idea behind the tiers is that it provides the board a stepwise approach to come up with an allocation decision. So the board will make a decision in each tier, and once the board makes a decision in each tier, that kind of gives you your allocation package. So in tier 1, we have our dispositional quota and our allocation based on TAC level, or the board can choose none of the above. In tier 2, we can choose a fleet capacity option or a fixed minimum option, or again, none of the above. In tier 3, you can choose a coastwide, a jurisdictional, or a regional approach. And then in tier 4, you would choose the allocation time frame on which you're going to base this decision. So just to provide an example here, if the board was interested in this fleet capacity option, in tier 1, the board would choose none of the above. In tier 2, they would choose that fleet capacity option. Let's say, for example, the board was then interested in further dividing that fleet into different regions. Then you guys would choose regional in tier 3, and then you would choose your allocation time frame in tier 4. And just to show one of the advantages of this tiered approach is it allows for the combination of different allocation methods. So that dispositional approach can be combined with the fleet capacity or fixed minimum approach, and that fleet capacity option can then be combined with a regional approach. And then to wrap up the allocation section, these are our time frames. Option A is 2009 to 2011, so that's our status quo. Option B is 2012 to 2016, that's our most recent time period. Option C is 1985 to 2016, that's our longest time period. Option D is 1985 to 1995, that's our most historic time period. And then option E is a weighted approach where we give equal weighting to option B, which is 2012 to 2016, and option D, which is 1985 to 1995. You'll also notice that we have sub-options under these more historic time frames, and this asks whether all historic reduction landings should be included in the allocation percentages, or only those of Virginia, given that they are the only state with an active reduction plant. All right, we're going to move on to section 4.3.3, which is quota transfers. So one of the things to note is that quota transfers only apply if a regional or state-based quota is chosen. The plan development team did not think it was appropriate for a quota to be transferred either between the bait and reduction sector or between different fleets. Option A is kind of like our status quo. So under this option, 2 or more states under mutual agreement can transfer Menhaden quota. Option B tries to add in some accountability measures here. So the intent is to dissuade states from perpetually exceeding their quota and then getting a transfer to ameliorate that. So under option B, if a state or region exceeds its quota by more than 5% in 2 consecutive years, it cannot receive a quota transfer in the 3rd year. Option C is quota reconciliation, and the intent of this option is to streamline the quota transfer process. So if the TAC is not exceeded, but a state or region has an overage, those overages are automatically forgiven, so there would be no need for quota transfers. If the TAC is exceeded and states or regions have an overage, then any unused quota is pooled and equally distributed to the states or regions with an overage. Any remaining overage would then be deducted from the subsequent year. It's also important to note that quota rollovers are not permitted under quota reconciliation, given that we pool unused quota. Option D is quota reconciliation, but again, we're trying to add in accountability measures. And this is, again, to dissuade states from habitually exceeding their quota, so with the idea that their overage would just be forgiven. So if the TAC is not exceeded, but a state or region has an overage, a percentage of that quota overage is forgiven. And that percent forgiven depends on the number of previous years of an overage. So as an example, if my state did not have an overage in 2016, but I did have an overage in 2017, up to 100% of my overage could be forgiven. In contrast, if I had an overage in 2016 and I had an overage in 2017, then only 75% of that overage would be forgiven. If the TAC is exceeded and states or regions have an overage, again, any unused quota is pooled and equally distributed to states or regions with an overage. And that percent that can be accepted by a state or region depends on the number of previous years of overage. And similar to option C, quota rollovers are not permitted under quota reconciliation. Section 4.3.4 is quota rollovers. Rollovers are permitted if the stock is not overfished and overfishing is not occurring. The PDT has currently written that unused quota is rolled over on July 1st, and there are a couple reasons we have chosen this date. Right now, landings are submitted on April 1st as a part of compliance reports. However, these landings are often preliminary. And just to give an example, we had 2 states this year that had fairly significant changes in their landings from what was presented to me on April 1st and then what was submitted on a date like July 1st. Typically, landings are finalized by July 1st. So if we have our quota rollover date on July 1st, this is going to minimize the changes to the amount of quota that can be rolled over and reduce the administrative burden of this program. So we have 5 options here. Option A does not allow for quota rollovers. Under option B, 100% of that unused quota could be rolled over. Under option C, 10% of your total quota can be rolled over. So as an example, if my quota is 1 million pounds, up to 100,000 pounds of unused quota can be rolled over. Option D is a 5% total quota rollover, and option E is a 50% unused quota rollover. Section 4.3.5 is incidental catch. One of the first things that this section does is it defines different gear types. I think one of the challenges with Amendment 2 has been trying to determine which gear types can harvest under that incidental catch provision. And so we have small-scale gears versus non-directed gears versus stationary multi-species gears. And you'll see that abbreviation SMSG throughout the slides. We have 6 options here. In these first 3 options, incidental catch is not included in the TAC. So this means it's caught in addition or subsequent from the TAC. Under option A, there's a 6,000 pound trip limit for non-directed gears. So this is kind of your true bycatch provision. But we maintain that 12,000 pound bycatch provision for 2 individuals fishing stationary multi-species gears. Option B expands that to non-directed gears and small-scale gears. So this would cover things like pound nets as well as cast nets. And this is probably closest to what we have now. Again, we keep that 6,000 pound trip limit, but 12,000 pounds for 2 individuals fishing stationary multi-species gears. Option C is a catch, cap, and trigger. So we set a cap at 2% of the TAC. This is not a set-aside, so we aren't taking 2% off the top, but it's a target that we can measure incidental catch by. Action is triggered to reduce incidental catch if that cap is exceeded by more than 10% in a single year or 2 years in a row. And again, we maintain that 6,000 pound trip limit, 12,000 pounds for 2 individuals fishing stationary multi-species gears. In options D through F, incidental catch is included in the TAC. So this means we're taking a part of the TAC off the top and setting it aside for incidental catch. Under option D, we take 2% of the TAC and set it aside for incidental catch after the quota is met. This would be for small-scale gears and non-directed gears. And again, we would maintain that 6,000 pound trip limit, 12,000 pounds for 2 individuals fishing stationary multi-species gears. Option E is a 1% set aside for small-scale gears to harvest from throughout the year. So this would allow things like hand lines or cast nets to harvest from this set aside throughout the year. And the intent of this is, regardless of the allocation method chosen by the board, there is an option that allows the board to set aside a percentage of the TAC for these small-scale gears. At this point, there is no trip limit, but the board does have the ability to implement a trip limit if needed in the future through adaptive management. Option F, all catch is included in the TAC. So this means once the directed quota is met, the fishery closes. Next is our episodic events program. So eligibility in the program is for Maine through New York. We've maintained the same mandatory provisions that are currently in place. So harvest is restricted to state waters. There's a 120,000 pound trip limit and daily trip level reporting. And then we have 3 options for the amount that can be set aside, either 1% of the TAC, 3% of the TAC, or 0% of the TAC. And our final issue is the Chesapeake Bay reduction cap. So this limits the allowable harvest from the Chesapeake Bay reduction fishery, and the intent is to prevent all of the reduction fishery harvest from occurring in the Chesapeake Bay, which is a critical nursery area. Under option A, we would maintain the cap at roughly 87,000 metric tons, and then we have sub-options that allow for a portion of that TAC to be rolled over if it is unused. Option B reduces that cap to 51,000 metric tons, which is approximately a 5-year average. And again, there's sub-options that allow a portion of that to be rolled over if it's unused. And then option C removes the cap. So this means that there would be no restrictions on the reduction fishery in the Chesapeake Bay. So that is the management alternatives in the document. I think everyone's still alive, still with me. I just want to give a bit of perspective. If we keep this document as it is now, that is the presentation that I would have to give at a public hearing. And I think everyone is in agreement that that might not be a successful public hearing. So kind of my challenge to the board is, how can we create a successful document for public comment? And with that, I'll take any questions.
So we're going to take Megan up on that challenge momentarily, but we're not there yet. Right now where we are is just at a point where I'm going to entertain any questions for Megan on her presentation, namely how the document is set up, how it's intended to work, just the mechanics, if you will, of the document itself, which she just offered. If there are any questions on that, I will entertain them now. Just know that we're quickly approaching the point where we're going to be opening the floor to discussion on the substantive issues that she just covered, and people will be able to comment on what they like and don't like, but we're not there at this moment yet. So with that, is there anyone who would like to ask Megan any questions about what she just presented? Yes, David.
Yes, thank you for the presentation, Megan. Just a brief question. The rollover that you'd mentioned, it didn't specify in there, I didn't see it anywhere. I'm assuming here, and maybe it might be something that's worded in, but these rollovers would only obviously be from the previous year. They would not accumulate, correct?
Correct. So you could only roll over unused quota from the previous year. You can't roll it 2 years in a row.
Thank you.
Yeah.
John Clark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for the presentation, Megan. Megan, did we actually have more options now than were presented in the public information document?
We do.
It's been growing. But again, credit to the PDT for taking everything that they were handed, which was quite a handful, and developing it in the way they did. I think, although I share Megan's interest in perhaps winnowing this down, nonetheless, I think the PDT has done an awesome job taking everything they were handed. If you remember in May, there was no recommendations to pull anything out, so everything stayed in, and then I think there were some additional supplemental options added because the PDT felt that was the only way to really effectively convey them. Other questions for Megan? Jim Gilmore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great job, Megan. You just are amazing that you can keep that all together. But just on owing to my fond love of quotas and how well we do all the time, is there something that we get through this and we figure out quotas, whether they're regional, state, whatever, at some point down the road that we have the capacity to reevaluate this? Or is that something we're going to take up at a later date?
You mean reevaluate whatever decision is made in November, or?
Yeah, owing to the point that, the premise we violate a lot is that fisheries change over time, and we seem to lock these things in. So we don't want to do a new plan and lock this in without the ability to reevaluate them if things change in the future.
Yeah, so we have kept that 3-year provision where the board can reevaluate after 3 years, but we've added that is something that can be done through an addendum, not an amendment. So that should shorten the process.
Other questions? Nicola?
Thank you. For option E in the ecological reference points, is the 40% threshold there a cutoff for fishing, a moratorium, similar to option C with 0.5 of M being a cutoff, the hockey stick control rule? Could you clarify that for me? Thanks.
Yeah, how it's currently written, it's not. So it's a threshold similar to what we use now. So that would trigger management action. Yeah.
Additional questions? Yes, Dave.
Yeah, thank you. One quick question. Megan, excellent job. Just when you were talking about the tiers and the arrows going back and forth, if you choose like the 2-fleet capacity, does, like when I think it was tier 3, you have the option of state by state versus regional or coast-wide quota. I think there was just one arrow coming down, but in that 2-fleet capacity, you could designate the allocation in those 3 different jurisdictional ways. Is that correct? Or how do you see that?
So technically you can. The issue is due to confidentiality, I cannot show large-scale allocations by state, since so many of those purse seine landings are confidential. So I can show them by 3 region, but that's it. Yeah.
Excellent questions all around. Others? Seeing none, we'll move on to, we have 2 more presentations, and then we're going to get into potential changes to the document, or we'll get into the meat of the matter shortly. But first, we have another presentation on New York's proposal to recalibrate their landings. That report can be found at pages 379 to 401 of the meeting materials, and I think Megan has a presentation on that.
Slide 56, Max. The other way. I'll start talking. The New York has submitted a proposal to recalibrate landings due to inconsistent and non-existent reporting in some of their historic years. And in their proposal, they compare landings and the number of trips from 2013 to 2016, and they compare that to 2009 to 2012. And the intent is to scale historic landings. The options to scale landings range from 2.9 to 4.62, and this difference is due to whether landings or the number of trips are used as that scaling factor. So the PDT did review this proposal. Overall, the PDT feels the methods used by New York to recalibrate their landings are appropriate, and the PDT does have a much higher comfort level using landings rather than number of trips to scale their historic landings. However, the PDT does have a couple of cautions and caveats. The PDT notes that an increase in menhaden abundance in New York waters may also contribute to higher landings reported in 2013 and 2016. So rather than solely an increase in reporting, there could also be an increase in the abundance of menhaden that is showing higher landings values in 2013 through 2016. Also, under the current timeline, there is no time to review proposals from other states which seek to recalibrate their landings. Finally, assumptions must be made about how these recalibrated landings are divided by gear type, and this is specifically for that fleet capacity option, since this information is not provided by the state. And with that, I'll take any questions.
And again, we're just as I said earlier, we're going to take this up for discussion and potential decision shortly, but we're not there yet. Any questions for Megan on the PDT's review of the New York proposal? Seeing no hands, we're on to the last presentation, and that's the AP report. Jeff Kalin's going to provide that. You can find it in your meeting materials at pages 402 through 404. Jeff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the board. This report is in two parts, and I guess I'm only going to provide the report on the amendment right now. You have some slides? Yeah, okay. We'll go off the slides. There's no point in me reading the entire document. So on reference points, we had a call on June 26th on this. We had pretty good turnout at 6, 9, 12 AP members, so we had a quorum, and we didn't take any votes. We just simply recorded, made sure everybody's perspective was recorded. So the AP recommended that stock projections be developed for the interim reference point options to be able to understand how they translate to a TAC. I think that the proposal that we had earlier from Katie was just really helpful in trying to understand this better, Katie. And I guess I just asked Bob, I'm not allowed to ask questions publicly, but it'd be nice to have those slides, because I think for me anyway, it helps me understand the differences, why you can't make projections in the same context of the single species reference point. So I think you've addressed this, and that's really very helpful. It'd be helpful to get the public to understand the same thing. I'm not sure how the document would be changed to do that. But so they also recommend that the methods used by the BURP work group to calculate the interim reference points be provided. I think, again, your presentation covered that point. And the BURP memo on interim reference points was included in the briefing materials. And personally, I found the slides even more helpful than the memo. So that's what that one says. TAC and allocation methods. The AP supported wider options for the indecision clause, recommending an option D be added, which continues the management plan in all of its elements from the previous year. And this option was added to the document as option D. And one AP member asked for further clarification on option C in the indecision clause, specifically how the episodic set-aside is handled. And there was some clarifying language provided in the discussion in the document since the end of June. And another member commented the fleet capacity option may create a race to fish. On other commercial management measures, one AP member asked that the language describing the quota reconciliation be clarified, and that was addressed by the PDT also in the document. One AP member recommended a greater variety of options be added for the set-aside programs. for the episodic events and small-scale fishery and incidental catch options, a 0.5%, a 1%, 1.5%, 2%, 2.5%, and 3%, so forth. I think the concern specifically on the episodic is that you only got a 1% and a 3% and a status quo option now. That has not yet been addressed by the DOG, and to make that change would take a board motion. One AP member recommended that the redistribution of quota from various programs occur on the same date. I think the issue was raised because some of the return to the fisheries would occur after some of the state's fisheries are already closed. So not sure how that issue will be addressed. 2 AP members asked that a research set-aside program be established in Draft Amendment 3 with options that allow for a set-aside of up to 3%. This is not currently in the document either. Another AP member recommended that the fishing year start on May 1 rather than January 1 so that redistributed quota from the previous year can be used in the early spring. Editorial comment, I think the assessment considers March 1 as the beginning of the assessment time period, not January 1. So I think maybe there's room for discussion about whether the fishing year could be changed to better match these returns to the fishery so that they can be utilized. And that was it, I think. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Jeff.
Take any questions.
Yeah, I know Jeff's open to take questions. It's nice to see that several of the AP recommendations have already been incorporated into the amendment, and I did take careful notes as to which have not yet been incorporated, so we can bring those back up, and I certainly plan to bring those back before the board when we get to those parts of the discussion. That said, are there any questions for Jeff regarding his presentation on the AP report? Again, I want to commend the AP and Jeff's leadership with the AP for really doing a great job tracking this issue thoroughly, and there's been great interaction with the PDT, with Megan, and I've been listening in on many of the calls. Good work there. Okay, so with that, I think we are now ready to roll up our sleeves and go at it. It's time to turn to the draft amendment and consider any changes that board members may wish to propose. The overall thrust of our task today is to consider winnowing down the numerous options and sub-options currently set forth in the draft document and potentially adding any new or modified options recommended by the board. I'd like to address the amendment in sort of 4 chunks. I just think this would be helpful to do it in this way. First, reference points, then allocation. Third, the other substantive provisions in the document that involve options, basically everything else that Megan covered in her presentation. We'll kind of group those together as our third chunk. And then finally, any overall comments or suggestions, including any editorial issues, we'll sort of wrap on that note. As we go through each of those 4 segments, I will, seek from the board any recommendations for changes. It'll be an open floor for folks to offer whatever board members to offer whatever you'd like to offer. What we're going to do is just begin by compiling them. Max has agreed to do his best to capture the suggestions that are offered under each chunk and in distilled bullet form. So he'll just try to put something up on the board that will remind us what was suggested. We'll pretty much develop a laundry list of issues. We'll see how many there are. And then once we get them all up, we'll go back and sort of walk through them and find out whether we can accept some or all by consent without objection, or whether we need to peel off some or all for discussion and debate. And to the extent that there's differences of opinion among board members, that would be the time for motions and votes. So that's how I plan to proceed. We'll see how much we can sort of do by consent, and then we'll see where we need to vote and resolve issues via the voting process. So the upshot is that we're only planning to vote on issues and recommendations relating to those issues for which there are differences of opinion among board members. And then at the end, there will be a final vote on the document as a whole. So that's how I plan to proceed today. We'll see how this goes. I think what I'd like to suggest is, Megan, if you could bring back up your slide that addressed reference points, we'll start there. And I would open the floor now to any comments, suggested changes, particularly in the form of suggested changes. We're really not here commenting on what we like or don't like. That's really for a decision in November. What we're here to offer are suggested modifications to the options as presented currently in the draft amendment, which of course will be taken out for public comment. So on the issue of reference points, would any board member like to make any suggestions for changing the document from where it currently stands or from what it currently says? That was an inadvertent beep. Rob O'Reilly.
So I have to ask a question, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. The question is, from a practicality's sake, from what I've heard earlier today and what I've read previously, which goes back a few years now, option B is the one that seems to have more traction with the technical working group and everyone else. At the same time, I'm aware that there has been an investigation of the Pickett et al. And other approaches, such as 75% unfished. So I'm wondering, with my question, today are we going to wait until November to really be decisive, or is there information from the PDT, the technical working group, the BERP, that thinks that we need to keep going with these other forms of the reference points? From what I could tell, the MICE approach is something that the BERP working group thinks that they're sort of on a par with, maybe a little bit different, but the same approach. And at the same time, I think it's become pretty clear that we've been waiting for these biological and ecological reference points since 2010. I remember when there was quite a bit of excitement, really, at the board level about going forward with that approach. And we're now looking at maybe 2 years before we have them. And I'm just wondering, do we really want to go out to the public if the practicality is, from those working in the biological ecological reference point group, is that option B is really where they intend that things would be? So it's a question, a long one.
I realize I had my mic on. I hope I didn't. Sorry about that. My understanding is there is no specific recommendation on the table from the BERP working group, from staff, or from staff regarding the issue that you just asked about. There's certainly plenty of perspective that's been offered on the issues through the reports and presentations we've heard today, but no specific recommendation. It's a policy decision by the board as to whether the board wishes to move forward with the options as presented or not, or some variation on that. Rob?
So certainly want to hear from other board members, and I certainly think there are some that probably don't want to just have one option going out. That's what I'm thinking. But at the same time, at the least, could there be some, some attempt to exclude some of these before we go out, instead of to have 5 different ones going out?
So again, what I'd hope we do is, if you have a specific proposal, and I can discern what you just offered, Rob, so I think speak for you, and that is potentially reduce the number of options of being currently offered under the reference point section of the document. I'm not sure if it's reduced down to 1 or 0 or something else, but I hear that from you, and I also hear your interest in hearing from other board members. So that's what's out for discussion. That's the issue that's on the floor for discussion right now. Dr. Rhodes?
Well, I'll throw it out. Looking at the different options, to me, the hockey stick covers most of what option D and E are already. It's very similar approach. You're getting from a 0.4, and the hockey stick goes up to a 1 instead of a 0.75. But I think you'd get that same coverage. You'd give that sliding scale that we look at it. I agree, B may be where we come from, but if we could drop D and E, I believe C encompasses nearly everything that's in D and E. And I may be wrong, but I think we could drop it down to 3 options easily, and we wouldn't remove anything from the document doing that.
So just to follow on my suggested track, if Max could put up on the board, if he hasn't already, or at least capture this and we can put it back up later, a proposal to drop options D and E is the first suggestion that I've heard. John Clark?
I was going to also suggest dropping options, but I certainly don't think, after seeing what the BURP was working on, the pickage seemed like a option that was really not favored at all. I would prefer we go with A, B, and E if we're going to include one of the ad hoc ecological approaches at this point. So I would keep in A, which is status quo, B, which we definitely want in there because it's the BURP working group options, and if we're going to include an ad hoc one, I'd rather see E kept in there.
Thank you. We'll take note of that, and we'll come back to these after we've given everyone a chance to comment. John McMurray?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little bit confused now about the difference between C, D, and E. The way I'm looking at it is they are very different options, and that including C and taking out D and E would not encompass the intent and the spirit of D and E. Can you, Megan, can you explain a little bit about the difference between those three so we're clear before we start taking things out?
Sure. I'll start with E because I think that's close to what we're familiar with. So that is a target and a threshold. So it works how we have a target and a threshold now. It's just different values. So right now we're between that target and threshold, so we're not overfishing, but if we hit that threshold, then that would trigger management action, and our goal is to be closer to the target. That's option E. Option D just has a threshold. So there's just one value that you cannot, I guess in fishing mortality, you cannot exceed. And if you do, then that would trigger action. Right now, we are above that value. So that would trigger action for the board to reduce fishing mortality. No? And then option C, this is a hockey stick control rule. So you're decreasing your fishing mortality as your abundance decreases. And you want to be where your abundance intersects that hockey stick control rule. So there is kind of a discrete point where you want to be on that line, and that is your target to achieve that. But then you have a threshold that also you do not want to ever be above. Does that help explain?
John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it does, but just for clarification, option E is essentially what option 2D was in the prior version of the PID?
I believe so. It's basically building off our current option D, so instead of just a 75% biomass, you add in that 40% unfished biomass, so you have a target and a threshold.
Other suggestions from the board? Nicola?
I would agree with John about removing option C if we were going to take something out. I'm concerned about the requirement for a moratorium when you hit the threshold. That's the only option that imposes a moratorium, and that might not be necessary to rebuild a stock when it hits the threshold. And separately, while we're on reference points, I did want to re-raise the point earlier from Allison, I believe, about including some of the BURP working, or the concerns about the interim reference points that were in the staff memo, and incorporating those into the document as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that reminder. Good point. Other board suggestions? What I'm thinking is that we might need to go through these one by one because I've heard different configurations. Robert Boyles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I suggest, what I found very helpful was the staff memo. There's a lot in here. It's a very, very dense document. And, you know, I appreciate Megan's effort to go through and ask the board specific questions about Draft Amendment 3. And I might suggest maybe we frame our discussions around those questions, perhaps.
You know, that's an excellent idea, and it's exactly where we're going to go after we deal with the reference points, because her memo only addresses allocation issues. So we don't, again, to kind of reiterate what I had said earlier, we don't have any staff recommendations or specific BURP working group recommendations per se regarding these reference points. So it's really a board policy call, and I'm looking to the board now for consensus, or if it doesn't exist, a motion regarding how to best move forward with the draft addendum with regard to the reference points. All 5 options or some version thereof, which would likely be lesser number of options. Did I see a hand up? David Borden.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you've got, just a suggestion, since you've got 2 recommendations to drop option C, may I suggest we start with that, and if we can get a consensus on that, then you can look at the other aspects that are up there.
Nice idea. So let's see, is there any, Allison, I see your hand up, so let me, before I ask anything further, let me see what you have to say. Allison?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to offer the comment that in reviewing some of the input that the board received during the PID comment period, it seemed to me as though there was strong public support for a wide variety of these options. And given that we now have additional information in terms of what the interim reference points would look like due to the BURP's the BURP's work in putting together what those interim ERPs would look like, I think it might be prudent to now present all of the options back to the public again so that they have a better idea of what each of those options entails, as opposed to when they were more conceptual in the PID comment period.
Thank you. Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I tend to agree with Allison. Let's put it out to the public. This isn't, I don't believe this isn't where this document is hugely complicated. So I leave them all in for the public to comment.
So given that there's been differences of opinion expressed, and John, I'll go to you for a second bite, and I'll go to anyone else who hasn't yet had a chance to offer comment. My inclination now is to entertain a motion, and it could be from the side who favors keeping all 5 in, or from a side that favors removing at least 1 or more options, and we'll subject it to further discussion and a vote. I think that's the only way to reconcile. We don't have consent, so it looks like we're headed for a motion and a vote. But before I entertain a motion, John, did you have another question or suggestion?
Well, just more of a comment, Mr. Chairman, if I could, and I don't know if I'm saying anything different than Richie said, but having read the staff memo, I agree there are probably too many options for allocation, but given the large number of public comments and public support for this general rule that it looks like some people want to try and take out, I'm uncomfortable taking out any alternative now, any option now. And I think the idea is to have a full range for the public to comment on, and I think to maintain that full range, we should probably avoid taking any of them out now. Thanks.
With that, I would entertain a motion. Dr. Duvall, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to rush things too much, but trying to move things along, but go ahead.
I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman, and just very quickly, I think in building on what both Allison and Nicholas said in terms of like items to include from that staff memo, I'm also thinking the graph that Katie had where she showed all the different reference points on that chart. I think that is going to be really helpful as well, as opposed to, you know, to include along with the table that has the reference points already in here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So it sounds like a given that if the board were to vote in support of keeping all the options in, there would be further information added, namely that which was provided earlier through the staff presentations and in the staff documents. So following up on, I think it was Allison's initial suggestion and Nicola just echoing it. So that is embedded in the notion of keeping all 5 options in, as I see it. With that, I would entertain a motion, one way or the other. Who would like to make it? Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion to maintain all options.
Is there a second? Seconded by John McMurray. Moved by Richie White and seconded by John McMurray to retain all 5 options for reference points in draft amendment 3. I'm going to offer an opportunity for anyone from the public who would like to comment on the motion to do so now. If you'd like to, please raise your hand and let me know. I'm going to offer periodic opportunities for public input as we kind of move through these issues. I don't see any hands up, so we're back to the board. Is there any further discussion by the board on the motion? Yes, David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think our goal here again is to whittle this down some. This is confusing for us sitting here who's been steeped in it. It would probably be beneficial to narrow these down, and I could go more into depth as to why, but I don't think it would be an unsafe move for us to get rid of a few of these options. I think explaining the ones that we've got and offer something in different areas of the spectrum would be beneficial, and if you'd be willing to accept it, I would offer a substitute motion.
Go ahead.
I would move that we remove options C and D from consideration from this document.
Is there a second? Seconded by John Clark. The motion is to remove, as a substitute motion, to remove options C and D. Did I get that correct, David?
Yes, thank you.
Discussion on the substitute motion. Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused here, and I'm hoping that the chair or perhaps Megan can offer some clarity relative to the issue behind this motion. So I know that the staff memo that we have regarding Amendment 3 doesn't say anything about reference points. However, Megan, I think during your presentation you had mentioned that, I don't know if it was staff or the work group or the TAC said that the interim use single species reference, that we should use single species reference points while Menhaden specific reference points are developed. I'm paraphrasing what you said. But then I also know that previously, our May meeting or perhaps our February meeting, there was a memo from staff reviewing the Lenfest options, and that memo specifically said that they're not appropriate. So I don't know why we would want to go out to public comment with something that's not appropriate. But again, I know before you said that the staff memo doesn't say anything about that. So could you just offer some clarification in terms of what you said during your presentation on this issue and then what a previous either staff or work group memo had said? Thank you.
Yeah, you're correct. There's no staff recommendation on this issue. I believe it was the BURP work group that has been commenting on the Lenfest report. So they're the ones that both reviewed the Lenfest and the Hilborn paper. I think overall there's varied opinions on how to move forward with forage fish management, and it's going to be a policy decision by the board here. So I think it's up to you guys how you want to proceed.
David.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess to kind of justify the reason for my suggestion, I'm not really even comfortable with leaving E in there because I don't think we've addressed other issues such as any changes that density-dependent actions might take place if we try to change the biomass of the stock in any one direction. But I do understand that there is a desire for options. But given that this fishery is not overfished, overfishing is not occurring, and we had to fight tooth and nail last year just to get a 6% increase, I think we're safe until we get these new reference points out, ones that will be correct, ones that everyone seems to be okay with, even though they don't know what they are yet. and it will make this a lot easier for the public to get through the document and get to the stuff that is probably going to be even a little more controversial than this alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the substitute motion. Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the comment everybody's okay with, we don't know if everybody's okay until we put it out to the public. I think that's what we need to hear. And if these other options are not really options that will work, we'll hear that from the public. But I think to make these decisions at this point, November is when we're going to make these decisions. So put it out to the public, let them comment, and then we can use that information. Thank you.
Thank you. John Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I disagree with Richie. I think we've had plenty of input. In particular, option C is something I don't even think should be put out for consideration. We've had a lot of feedback that this is not an appropriate reference point for this species. And as Nicola pointed out, it would lead us to a moratorium if we're very close to that point right now. Option D also, with just having that target there, is also one that could lead us to a moratorium at a time where the stock is not overfished and overfishing is not occurring. It just seems like there's no reason to have them there. We're the body, we evaluate the science. I don't see why we'd put these options out to the public. I don't see, even if they were favored by the public, why we would vote for them here in a final amendment.
Good discussion. Eric Reed?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with John. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Allison?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to sort of follow up and maybe reframe Megan's comment in the way that I see it, is that the fact that there is no specific staff recommendation and there are actually different perspectives on how to implement maybe some of these interim reference points, to me, points to the fact that, as Megan said, it's going to be a policy decision that comes down to the board. And for that reason, I think it would be extremely valuable to have the opportunity to hear from the stakeholders on this. So just to reiterate my point that I'd appreciate seeing all of them go out to public comment.
Thank you. I think we've had good discussion on this. I think I'm ready to call for a vote. I'll allow a 1-minute caucus. Just to be clear, this is on the substitute motion, which would involve removing options C and D from the document, leaving 3 options, A, B, and E. 1-minute caucus. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. I don't hear any requests for a roll call, so I'll do it by a show of hands. All in favor of the substitute motion, please raise your hand. Those opposed? Abstentions? Null votes? The motion fails 9-9. This is going to be a fun day. We're back to the main motion. Further discussion on the main motion. Is the board ready for the question? All in favor of the main motion, which is to keep all 5 options in the amendment, please raise your hand. Hands down, we've got the number. Opposed? I didn't ask for, it was 18, all 18 voted, so the final tally 12-6 in favor, so the motion prevails, and we will keep all 5 options in the document moving forward. They will be supplemented with the information provided earlier per the board's request. So I think we have completed one part of this exercise, and we're now on to the next part, which is quota allocation. And I think at this time, I want to pick up on Robert Boyle's suggestion that we refer the board to Megan's memo, the staff memo to the board, which I think does a very good job raising a number of issues and offering a number of recommendations. That memo is in the supplemental, right? That memo is in your supplemental material, and I think, Megan, if you don't mind, do you want to walk through that quickly and just kind of briefly brief the board on your memo and its recommendations, and then I'd like to suggest we take those up first, and then we'll move on to other recommendations that others may have. Megan?
Thank you. Can you go up? All right. So the first question I posed to the board is if you would like to keep all 3 fixed minimum sub-options. So right now we have a 2% fixed minimum, a 1% fixed minimum, and a 0.5% fixed minimum. And the intent of this management alternative is to provide quota to each jurisdiction so that to some degree everyone can participate in the Menhaden fishery. The 2% fixed minimum option provides the greatest minimum level of quota, and as a result, it results in growth opportunities for many states. However, 8.8 million pounds, which is 2% of our current TAC, is well in excess of what some states have landed annually, and as a result, there are significant allocation reductions for New Jersey and Virginia. The 0.5% and 1% options provide more moderate amounts of quota. They still provide growth opportunities for many states with smaller impacts to New Jersey and Virginia. And as a result, staff recommends that 2% fixed minimum option is removed.
So let's pause there and take any questions, comments, or recommendations. Robert, you had your hand up?
For a motion, Mr. Chairman, when you're ready.
Let's first of all see if there's any questions for Megan on her recommendation. John?
Just had a question. I'm sorry if I missed it, Megan. Under the fixed minimum allocation, would that get rid of the bycatch allowances that we currently have?
That's kind of up to you guys. So that would likely be, it's under a different issue, so it would likely be under a different motion. But if states feel that this option covers their needs, then there may not be a need for that option, but we can always include it if you'd like.
Any further questions? Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Megan, I guess I would ask what this would mean in terms of the current status of the fisheries. So, for example, whether it were 2% or 1% or 0.5%, our information is that there would be a lot of quota that wouldn't be used. So I think I'll read from one thing we put together that just the 1%, for example, the 10 states that would receive quota would be over 46 million pounds. However, the highest annual landings for each state during the 2012 through 2016 time period equal a total landing of 4,170,277 pounds. So the idea is even if there was a doubling of that, there would still be quota that would be unused, or perhaps banked might be a good word for that. And my second comment is that I realize with American eels that the ASMFC did establish a system for the quotas that aren't quite implemented yet, that there could be a 2% allotment to those states that had no or very small amounts of quota. But that was done during the quota making process, during the whole Addendum 3, and spilled over after that. I think with this situation, Amendment 2 has already provided an allocation, so now this is in a sense, not foreseen as probably anything other than maybe a precedent that I can see of. So Megan, I'm back to you to ask, does that sound right, that even if there were percentages provided to the states, given the current status of their fisheries, those 10 states, they wouldn't really be able to utilize that quota even if they doubled in most cases, but there would be a bank of quota which perhaps is transferable. Does that sound reasonable?
I think that's a policy question for the board. I'm not sure that's a staff question.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I mean, clearly a state can forego, well, we're talking about a specific proposal to eliminate the 2% option under fixed minimums. I think, Rob, you're speaking, as I understand it, broadly to the category of fixed minimums, what it means for states that don't currently harvest at the levels they would be allocated. My response is the document provides for the opportunity for a state to forego its allocation if it so chooses, and of course it holds open the opportunity for a state to develop a fishery pursuant to that quota. But I want to stay focused, and I do see your hand up, Rob. I'll give you a follow, but I do want to stay focused on the specific proposal, which is not on fixed minimums as a topic. We can get there, but on the specific proposal to eliminate the 2% option under the 3 that currently are under fixed minimums. Rob?
Yes, I'm hovering. So I agree with the 2%, but I also wanted to make the point that the other percentages are also, quite a drastic way to do a reallocation. And I'll leave it at that, but, if there are questions, I can answer them.
Thank you. Dennis Abbott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we were to allow each state a fixed quota, some small percentage, would there then be a need for an episodic event portion of our plan?
Again, it's going to be a question for the board. So if the New England states feel that that 1% covers them, there may not be a need for the episodic events program, but it could still be added if you want. So it's up to you guys.
Go ahead, Dennis.
On a separate issue, we're just talking about other things about not using the quota, as Rob was alluding to. We're developing a shrimp plan right now where we possibly could be allocating percentages to the 3 states of Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts, with a provision at a certain date possibly to turn that quota over to another state, the unused portion of it. So we're working on that in another plan.
I'm going to go to David Board, and then I'm going to ask for a motion, because it sounds like we're starting to get into opinions, which is fine, but I think it would be better to do that pursuant to a motion. David?
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with the point that John Clark made, and I just note, I mean, there have been a couple of points here around the table about there's a linkage between what we decide on this issue and what the options are on other management issues. And I mean, this is a public hearing document, so I think what we should be is fairly careful about making sure that we don't preclude a full range of options. So depending upon what we do with this issue of allocation, it's going to have ramifications for the other options that somebody else is going to want to consider down the road. Second point I would make on this, because of the point that Rob O'Reilly made, I think he made a good point, is that this is going to, if we allocate the full percent to every single state, I can guarantee you that most states won't use those allocations. So I think we should change the language in this so a state has to request it. There are states that do not want any kind of directed fishery. I think if you turn it around so that the state has to meet with their own constituents and then put in a request, if it's 2%, that's fine, but they should be responsible for tracking that. The third recommendation would be, if you want to simplify this, I would just have one option, which basically would be an option of a percent in the range of 0.5 to 2. And then let the public comment on that, and then the board could decide anywhere between that range.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. I'll go to Robert Boyles now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion that we eliminate the 2% fixed minimum from the draft amendment. And I make the motion from the standpoint of the note, again, Megan and staff, excellent points, that by my count, 9 states, it looks like, this would provide a minimum well in excess of 9 states of what we're currently harvesting. And as a state that has no harvest or no interest in allowing this, I'd make the motion just to simplify it, and also in the spirit of well, I'll keep it there. I'll just make the motion to remove 2%.
Moved by Robert Boyles and seconded by Rachel Dean to remove the 2% sub-option under the fixed minimum category. Discussion on the motion? Rob?
I certainly support that, but at the same time, I would ask that when the other items go out, whether it be what David Borden said, some range, or whether it be the 1% and the 0.5%, that there be an indication of how much poundage that is. And I think that would be good. I think even in the PID that it seemed sort of innocuous, 4 million pounds, until you realized, okay, we're talking about 10 states, so it's not 4 million pounds. So some of these numbers are pretty high, and I would just make a request that perhaps there could be a little information as to what's involved there beyond the percentages, but the amount that's going forward, and then leave it up to the board in November to understand some of the points I made earlier, even with a 0.5% on what that means and what we're really trying to accomplish here. So thank you.
Thank you. And Megan did point out to me that the document does currently offer some clarification on the very issues that you raised in terms of what it means to be talking about a 0.5% minimum, 1% minimum. So it's there, and of course it's also there in her memo, which does, I think, an awesome job of taking the percentages and translating it into pounds, but of course using the current TAC as the basis for that. And it's hard to think about how we would express that in a public document because we don't know what the TAC will be in 2017, but we can certainly reference our current TAC and what these would mean, and those tables are in Megan's memo. So on, again, the motion before the board. Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the fact that if we choose something here in terms of allocations to states, that's going to have an impact on subsequent things in the document, episodic events and some of the other things in there as well. So I would like to hear public comment to include the 2%, and I like Dave's suggestion that maybe when we have our subsequent Menhaden meeting to resolve all this, it may be up to 2% on the request of the state. So I'd like to hear what the public input is on this, what the public comment is on this. And in terms of, I know we're trying to pare things down here, but including 2% in this section is going to take a lot less time and effort in the presentation at the public hearings than the discussion about options C and D that we just included under reference point. So I would vote against this motion. I'd like to see what the public comment is for 2%. I don't think it complicates things very much.
Thank you. Eric Reed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with what everybody's saying, but I think 2% should stay in, whether we refine the language to say up to 2%, and I like David's idea about having it be up to 2%. I mean, I certainly realize that not every state is going to want 2%. But I'm sure I could identify a couple of states that would prefer to have 2%. If we take this option and shoot this out of the gate right now, my thoughts on other things, like possibly, we're talking about what to do if states got 2%, if they got it, and how to address the unused portion. Then we're talking about adjusting the fishing year and a slew of other things that are going to weigh this document down way more than just including this one item. So I would strongly suggest we let the public comment on this. Most of the work is already done on what that looks like. But I think to take 2% off the table right now would make this document a lot thicker than it needs to be.
Thank you. Pat Kelleher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to echo what Emerson and Eric mentioned. I think for the same reasons people wanted to be inclusive of the reference points, I think we should be inclusive here. And I do appreciate Dave Borden's comments about maybe a tweak in the language. This is up to 2%, just so that it's clear.
Doug Brady.
Yeah, is there an option just to take what Mr. Borden says and just say, okay, we have an option of one of going from 0.5% to 2%, states have to request it, and that's just one option, and the other option is not to do that. Instead of have the public try to comment on a 0.5, a 1, and a 2.
I'm going to ask Megan to respond. I think she's been thinking these issues through so much that she might be able to offer the best perspective to your comment, Dave. Doug.
I mean, I think we could change it that it's a fixed minimum option. A state can choose up to 2%, but they could request less than that. I mean, I guess if states think that they would choose less than 2%, then that's something that we can pursue. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I guess I just ask you guys to think if that meets the goals and objectives of the amendment.
I had David Borden for a second crack. I'll go to him, and then Rachel, and then Robert.
Yeah, I'm obviously opposed to the motion, but and stand by my earlier comments. But I just remind everybody that when we get into the meat of this addendum and we start getting into all these bycatch allowance and what's going to be required for states to administer those bycatch amounts, it may be a lot simpler if the states had a fixed allocation that they worked with, and then they factored that in, and we could eliminate a lot of those other programs. So I actually think that these fixed percentages will give us down the road the ability to simplify the document and simplify the final decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel?
Thank you. I was just going to say that if we were to make a substitute motion to say up to 2%, it would essentially be leaving the document as it is written. I think we would just be rewording it.
Okay. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I refer the board to page 30, the objectives of the amendment, and specifically bullet number 4, which is develop a management program which ensures fair and equitable access to the fishery for all regions and gear types. I can't square a 2% fixed minimum with fair and equitable access that's going to provide huge shifts in this. I think this is just in an effort to simplify this. I, for one, David, would very much like to get rid of the bycatch allowance through this amendment. I, for one, would very much like to get rid of the episodic events provision through this amendment. And so I think just in the effort of trying to simplify this, we're talking about a minimum of upwards of 8.8 million pounds for every state on the Atlantic coast. Most of us don't take that much. And so do we really want to hear what the public has to say about that option? So I would urge us to vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you. I want to call a vote very soon, but I'll take a few additional comments. Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that the 2% applies not just to 2% of the total TAC to each state as a fixed minimum, but there's also the option for disposition first. So bait could be allocated with a 2% minimum of the bait landings to each state as well on one of these options. If you look at Megan's memo to page 13, you know, the pounds that show up in that table are a lot more realistic for the size of some states' fisheries. 2% of the total TAC to all states, it seems, might not be necessary, but when you're looking at just the bait landings, it might make more sense. And so I think I'm leaning towards keeping 2% in for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments before I call the vote? Seeing no hands, 30-second caucus, and then we'll vote on this motion. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of the motion to eliminate the 2% fixed minimum from the draft amendment, please raise your hand. Hands down. All opposed? Abstentions? 2. So the motion fails 8 to 2. Let's order pizza now. Tony has her hand up.
I don't want to predict the direction that the board is going, but if the board continues to not remove things from this document for public comment, I am very worried about how Megan is supposed to take the document out as it currently reads. It has so many options and it is so complicated. I don't know how she'll be able to explain the document to the public. And so I just hope that the board does think about that as you move forward and consider these decisions.
Thank you. What I'd like to do is, instead of moving to the next issue in Megan's memo, stay on the topic of fixed minimums, because I think I don't want to have to come back to this later and revisit the same issues that we've already just discussed. So does anyone on the board, under the broad category of fixed minimums, and as I think Nicholas said well, it pertains to more than one part of the options. It's either straight out fixed minimums, 3 options under that, 0.5%, 1%, 2%, or it can be applied to a bait dispositional allocation. So there's a couple different ways, at least, that it can be applied. I know there had been some suggestions for perhaps reworking the language or perhaps reworking this section. If anyone has any suggestions for doing that, now would be the time to offer them. Otherwise, we'll move on to the next issue. David?
Let me reiterate the comment I made before about the need to make states basically commit to the program by opting into the program. I think that's an important component if we want to avoid the situation that Rob O'Reilly is talking about, where under the current proposal, states basically get the allocation. There are states around this table that do not want menhaden fisheries in their water. I mean, otherwise they would have had them in the past. So I think it would be desirable to have states basically opt into the program if they want that allocation, and I would hope we could do that by consensus. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So right now there's an opt-in clause, and I hear a suggestion that we should change that to an there's an opt-out clause currently in the amendment, and I hear a suggestion to change that to an opt-in. Is there discussion on that suggestion? So right now, the way it reads is every state, if this were to go forward and be adopted by the board, and of course we also have to explain this to the public in this way, each state would be allocated a certain amount, and a state could opt out and opt not to utilize that. But what I hear being suggested is that a better approach would be to allow each state the opportunity to opt in and obtain that amount. It seems like a subtle distinction, but let's call it an important one for the sake of discussion. Richie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, just to understand it, a state would maintain that allocation going forward. So it would be an annual event to opt out. Is that what you're saying, Dave? I mean opt-in, I'm sorry. So, because that makes a difference, because, you know, with changing conditions, environmental conditions, what is happening today may not be happening 10, 15 years from now. So, you know, New Hampshire is not having much of a harvest now, if any, but I don't want to give something up for 10 years from now. So I want that ability. We're not going to use it now, so other states ought to be able to use allocation we get, but I want to have the chance in the future, if this fishery changes, and we can harvest.
So I do think that is the intent, is to replace the opt-out clause with an opt-in clause, and it would be done on an annual basis. Rachel?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask for clarification. If the 2% was distributed amongst the states, could a state then choose not to transfer their quota?
Yeah, how the document is currently written, not the opt-in provision, but the opt-out provision, everyone would get 2%, and then if a state doesn't want that 2%, they can choose to forego it completely, or they can keep 10,000 pounds for bycatch. So there's nothing requiring a state to opt out. It's a choice a state makes. If a state opts out and has no quota, then they can't transfer because they don't have any quota. If they opt in and they have that 2%, they could transfer depending on what option is chosen in that transfer section.
Rachel?
Sorry, just to follow up. I think you answered my question, Megan, but I just want to clarify and make sure that I summarize that correctly. You're saying that if a state does choose to opt in, they can then choose not to transfer their quota to another state?
Yeah, there's nothing that requires a state to transfer quota. It has to be done by 2 states under mutual agreement.
Roy Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I look down some of the tables in Megan's documents, there are obviously states that would be eligible for quota allocation that have no commercial fisheries. And as a specific example, I point to my colleagues in Pennsylvania. They do not have a commercial fishery, never have. Yet they would have an allocation. Now, what is the purpose of that? You know, in jest, back and forth with them, I said, hey, how about lending us your allocation? And they said, well, what have you got to offer? And is that the road we want to go down, Mr. Chairman, or, you know, it just seems nonsensical? Thank you.
That's the question to the board, not really to me. It really is up to the board how they, well, whether they want to go out with this option, and if so, what version of it. What I'd like to do, so I just, that's the only answer I can give you, Roy, because I understand your point, but I also understand that a state can based on the discussion we've just had, opt in or opt out, but I get your point that states like Pennsylvania and New Hampshire and South Carolina and Georgia, just to name 4, would be afforded an upfront opportunity to a portion of the quota that is much larger than 0, which is where they currently are. Kyle?
Yeah, I think if we have an opt-in, or an opt-out, in any case, I think that states that that don't traditionally have a menhaden fishery, and they want to get into at 0.5% or 1%, maybe if it's not used, then it's required that it goes into back into a bank that gets divided up. So it's not a situation where, it's a situation where we're trying to develop fisheries where there aren't fisheries, and then people are trying to bargain, what can I get from my quota that I didn't need, nor did I want, but I have anyway. I think we just need to look at that situation too. Assigning a quota to somebody that doesn't need a quota is ridiculous, and that's what we're doing here.
All right, here's what I'm going to suggest. We need a motion because we're actually debating an issue that we haven't really put up on the board yet. So David, do you want to make a motion and I think if I understand your suggestion, to replace the opt-out clause with an opt-in clause? If I'm not mistaken, that's the heart of what we're talking about, and that's your suggestion. Do you want to make that motion?
I'll accept your motion, Mr. Chairman.
So
I make Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Pat Kelleher. So moved by David Borden and seconded by Pat Kelleher to replace the current, we're obviously retaining the 2% option for all of the fixed minimums, replace the opt-out clause with an opt-in clause to make it more incumbent upon each state to make an upfront decision as to whether they wish to utilize their quota allocation or not. So it's not a de facto automatic allocation, but it would be one that state would have to essentially express an interest in up front. Senator Minor.
So by that motion then, if a state didn't opt in the first year, would they have the ability to opt in to Richie's point in year 2 or 3 or 4 and be assured that there would be a 2% allocation in year 2 or 3 or 4? I think the distinction is that if I have to opt out, I own it until I opt out. If I don't have the ability unless I opt in, it belongs to somebody else, unless it's banked in limbo. So that's my concern about this motion, is that it seems to me that by having to opt in, I would be foregoing that option maybe indefinitely.
So how the current opt-out program works is that it's on an annual basis, so state has to send a letter each year if they want to forego their quota. So I suspect we would just change that language, that a state sends a letter each year to opt in to the program.
And so as a follow-up then, if that was the case, the total allocation would be reallocated annually, providing every state an opportunity to opt in for a minimum of 2% or a maximum of 2%.
Yeah, even under the same TAC, your allocations could be slightly different if a state chooses to opt in one year and not opt in another year. That would slightly change what is allocated.
Let's see, Dr. Rhodes.
Well, my question with that, and it would come, possibly to us, but definitely the episodic event states, in February you'd have to make, or the previous year you'd have to make the decision whether you're opting in, not knowing what's going to be occurring in June, July, or August. So you'd have to opt in every year. So I don't see the point of that unless we're still going to have an episodic event set aside, because it would make no sense for them not to opt in. I mean, just my thought on it.
I get your point. Robert, you had your hand up?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try one more time. Isn't the question we want
the policy question we want guidance from the public is, should we slice this pie with a minimum size? And I think we're getting into, do we eat the pie with a fork or a spoon or a knife? I mean, I think what we're looking for from the public is this a way for us to manage, to allocate this resource to the public? And I'm just really, really concerned we're getting way down in the weeds right now before we hear from the public. Is this the proper way to allocate this public trust resource? So opt in, opt out, I think that's an operational decision we could probably make based on what we hear from the public. But I'm afraid we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Last gasp from me.
That's okay. I'll take one more comment, and then I think we need to vote on this. David Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Bob made a great point there. One other thing, I guess, looking at it from the other side of the aisle, you do have a set-up infrastructure, a community, and an entire area that relies on this fishery. We don't have to name names. We know who they are. Every year they've got to figure out how many people is going to opt into this fishery so they can determine how many people to lay off. It's something we might want to take into consideration as well.
Okay, tough issues, but that's what we're here for, is to resolve these tough issues. So let's take a shot at it. I'll call a 30-second caucus, and then we'll vote on this motion. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Hands down. All opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? 2. Null votes? 1. The motion fails 6 to 9 to 0 to 1. So let's move on to, I was going to propose we move on to another issue unless anyone has a burning desire to make any other motion relating to fixed minimums. Kyle?
Maybe we're trying to make this too complicated. Isn't the question really whether we want the public to weigh in of whether we want to give states that traditionally haven't had a quota, an allocation? That's a yes or no question. The amount is, I think, really more for this board to determine through statistical information, through science. What we're trying to do is get from the public, do we want to give states that don't have an allocation an allocation? Yes? No? And that, I think that's the question we should be posing to public.
I think it's a fair comment, and I think at least, if not directly, certainly indirectly, that's exactly what this option speaks to. But I take your point, and maybe we can fold that in some way that makes it clearer that that's really what this part of the document is about. Emerson, you're shaking your head.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't see this as an ability for a state who does not have an allocation to get an allocation. I think this goes to the issue of states that have an extremely low allocation being able to get enough quota to cover what their fishery really is without having to go through episodic events, bycatch, and so forth.
So I'll say the ruling from the chair is that you're both right. Let's move on to the next issue, which is, I believe, fleet capacity, if I'm not mistaken. I think Megan has a recommendation stemming from her memo, and this is the second issue raised in her memo.
So this is question 2 on fleet capacity. And again, the intent of this option is to secure quota for various gear types. We have a 3 fleet option right now that separates the small capacity gears, things like cast nets and hand lines, from the medium capacity gears, which are things like pound nets and gill nets. And as a result, this may limit the flexibility for that medium capacity gear since they are not subject to a soft cap. It also maintains the administrative burden on states to implement timely quota monitoring for roughly 5% of total landings in the fishery. The two-fleet option combines the small fleet and the medium fleet into a single fleet. This is a simpler management alternative which still ensures gears have access to quota, and it reduces the administrative burden on states for timely quota monitoring. As a result, staff recommends the three-fleet option be removed.
Robert Boyles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion that we remove the three-fleet option.
Seconded by John Clark and many others. Discussion on the motion. Oh, please. Seriously, any further discussion on the motion? If not, is the board, is there any objection to the motion to remove the three-fleet option from the document, leaving only a two-fleet option for fleet capacity? Seeing no objection, we have made some progress on an issue, and the meeting's adjourned. We have, let's keep it rolling now. We've got the next one up. Megan, again from her memo.
Thank you so much, guys. So next is the regional allocation method. So we have a four-region approach that separates the Chesapeake Bay states from the South Atlantic states. And this kind of makes a lot of sense when you think about it. You have Chesapeake Bay and the South Atlantic, and they differ in terms of timing and the gears used in that fishery. However, due to confidentiality, staff is limited in what can be shown for the four-region approach when it's combined with that fleet capacity approach. And more percentages can be shown for that three-region approach. One thing I think is critical to point out is under both regional options, so both the three-region and the four-region option, there are large swings in allocation depending on the time frame chosen. So when you go for some of these more historic time frames, you see certain regions fare much better than others. And when you look at more recent time periods, again, you see the opposite regions do better and the other ones fare not so well. And again, thinking from a coast-wide perspective here, this may hinder the ability of the board to identify a viable option. So staff recommends that the regional options only be used in combination with another allocation option. So this means that it can be combined still with the fleet option or the bait option, or excuse me, the fleet option or the bait option, but it wouldn't be used as a sole allocation method.
We have a recommendation from staff. Are there any questions or comments, or would anyone like to make a motion regarding the recommendation pertaining to regional allocation, as I understand it, that it not be offered as a standalone option? Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate you wording that just the way I would have worded it. I would make that we remove the regional allocation option as a standalone option.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by John Clark. And others. I keep looking to my right. I'm sorry. I'm right-handed. I'll try to lean to the left a little bit more. Moved and seconded to make sure to remove the regional allocation option as a standalone. Discussion on the motion. Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to agree with this motion, but I've got one question which might make me disagree with the motion, and that is, you know, we manage other fisheries regionally. We're going to be talking about tautog tomorrow, right, on a regional basis. We manage the recreational summer flounder on a regional basis. So if this motion passes, does that restrict us sometime in the future of getting away from state-by-state allocations in some areas and going toward a regional approach?
My answer is nothing restricts us in the future, and as indicated, there will be a provision in the document indicating that every 3 years we will circle back to to revisit allocation. So nothing precludes future changes future adoption of a regional approach, the recommendation is to not offer for public comment a straight-up regional approach as a standalone, that the allocation would, Menhaden coast-wide allocation would be divided by region. Does that answer your question? Thank you. Other comments on the motion? Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, we have another development. Thank you for that. And I think we have another issue from Megan's memo. The next one.
So the fourth issue is in regards to historic reduction landings and what should be included in the allocation percentages. There's no staff recommendation here, but what I'll try and do is provide the benefits and disadvantages of each option. So if all historic reduction landings are included, that accurately reflects the fishery in each state, but it can also increase some states' allocations to levels above recent landings. If only Virginia reduction landings are included, it may provide a more accurate reflection of recent fishery performance, but it may limit future growth opportunities in some states. One thing to point out is, due to confidentiality rules, there are limitations on the bait versus reduction allocation percentages, or that dispositional allocation method, that can be shown when only Virginia reduction landings are included. This primarily impacts older and longer time frames, but I think it's important to note that in these older and longer time frames, the bait allocation is significantly reduced, and they may not meet the goals and objectives of Amendment 3.
So let's just open the discussion, again, without a staff recommendation per se, but with those sort of pro and con characterizations that Megan just offered. Does the board feel comfortable maintaining both breakouts of the time frames, or does the board prefer one? And I would just note, and this may be obvious to some, that if you really add the two together, you have a total of 8 time frame options, because there's repetition in the 2 earlier time frames. So if you see each option, you see each option broken out using all historic, and then Virginia all historic reduction landings, and then Virginia only reduction landings. Of course, that only changes things for the 3 columns to the right. It doesn't change anything for the 2 columns to the left, which are the more recent time frames. So the upshot is that we're right now looking at a total of 8 time frame options if we include both configurations or both sets in the document, which is a lot of options. And I think what we want to get from the board is a sense of whether you wish to utilize one or the other, or keep both. Comments? Suggestions? Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think last time we heard both sides of this a little bit, but with Amendment 2, we looked at 2009 to 2011. That was what was chosen by the board. And it's been 12 years since there's been another state with a reduction facility, so that, certainly I would reiterate what I did last time, that the historical should be left out, but I'm aware that there's going to be some other comments provided as well. Thank you.
Let me go to Dr. Duvall next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I have kind of mixed feelings on this one, because North Carolina is one of those states that did have a reduction fishery in the past. We're not ever going to have a reduction fishery in the future due to legislative action, but I see those historic landings as being a measure of productivity, not necessarily a reflection of whether or not the state is going to have a reduction fishery. Again, I don't think, there's probably no other state besides Virginia that's going to have a reduction fishery again, but those landings do measure capacity, and I think that even when you consider the different options for how to look at how to provide equitable opportunities so that bait needs can be met, reduction needs can be met, I think that historical harvest is important. So I think I would like to see it stay in the document, but that's just me.
Thank you. Additional comments? Nicola?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the sake of public comment, I hope we can narrow it down to one of the two data streams. And when I went through the exercise of thinking which options might stay in the document after today, there was more examples where I thought it made sense for all reduction landings to stay in place. And I agree that those past landings are a reflection of the availability of Menhaden at that time and the vessel capacity for that state. So I would move, if you prefer at this time.
Please.
Move to remove the, one last point before I do that. We also run into the confidentiality issues when we look at Virginia-only reduction history, and that becomes problematic for weighing a lot of these different allocation options. So I would move to remove the Virginia reduction landing only options.
Second.
Moved by Nicola and seconded by David Borden to remove the Virginia-only reduction landing data streams or set of timeframes. Discussion on the motion. David Borden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. If we take this out to public hearing the way it's being proposed, the board still would have the flexibility to change it. In other words, afterwards. Because there are no other states that are going to be negatively affected by it, right? In other words, do we have to stick with this, or could we change the formulation afterwards and I'll use Rhode Island as an example. It doesn't make a big difference one way or the other, but I agree with Nicola on the motion.
So the decision that's made today will stick through this amendment, but in we still have that 3-year allocation revisit provision, so I think that could potentially be revisited as part of that. If the board is interested in that, we can ensure that is in the document to allow for that.
Yeah, I don't think, what I interpreted your question to be, if the board, when the board reconvenes in November, can they go in can they pick some other approach or use some other set of timeframes? I think the answer would be no, that this would be this would bracket the timeframe issue in terms of the allocation percentages, and the board would have to choose among acknowledging that this is creating 5 options, 5 timeframe options. It's just using all historic as opposed to Virginia only. So we're going from, again, a total of 8 down to a total of 5 timeframe options if this motion is adopted. That's my understanding. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I struggle with this issue. I think I would speak against the motion. Again, I'm going to go back to page 30 of the draft amendment, and I think I've characterized this in my conversations with some of you as I see Amendment 3 as a great big allocation amendment, and the real question is how much fish are we going to leave in the water to provide for a forage base for other managed species, important species, and then how many fish are we going to take out, and then how do we split that pie among the various user groups, states, communities that rely on this, and I'm not sure that. It just seems a little to me internally inconsistent if we're going back and pulling up reduction landings in jurisdictions that no longer allow reduction landings, and so I struggle with it. So I'm going to speak in opposition to that motion. Thanks.
I appreciate that, and I just want to sort of remind the board that of the 5 options, 3 would do just what you suggested, but 2 would not. 2 would draw upon the more recent timeframes and therefore sort of even things out. So the board would still have that choice, even if they went with this option. They wouldn't necessarily have to go back and use historic landings prior to 2005, but they could. At least that would be on the table. Further discussion on the motion? Emerson?
Thank you. What's the historic time period that we're talking about here? If we remove the Virginia reduction landings only, what's the look-back period here?
It's the same 5 time frames. So do you want to they're throughout the document. They're pretty, so it's 2009 through 2011, 2012 2012 through 2016?
I just wanted to make sure I was looking at the correct table. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I should have had those quicker. Megan, I'll turn to Megan next time on a question like that. The same 5 timeframes would apply. It would just be what they're based upon. There was a hand over here. John Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Robert. I certainly understand why states would want to include historical data. In 1958, Delaware had the highest landings in the country because of historical reduction fisheries. But I think we have to deal with the fishery as it is right now, and I don't see the point of including some of this old data. It would help streamline this process to restrict the fishery, to restrict our consideration of what actually we have recently.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Dave Blazer.
Yeah, real quick, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we're opposed to this as well. We're going to be looking at this again in 3 years' time, and to eliminate kind of the way the fishery has been operating for the last 12 years. I understand everybody's concern about, the potential later on, but it goes back to, I think, to Commissioner Boyle's comment earlier about fairness and equity of the fishery the way it operates now. So for that reason, we were going to oppose this. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Further comment, Eric Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To me, it's just a question about the access to data. And I don't know if Megan wants to clarify it one more time about what including or not including does to access to data that may or may not be confidential. I mean, that, to me, I support this motion for the reason of access to data. And the comment about 3 years from now, I mean, once we get this amendment done, we're going to have an entirely different complexion of the Menhaden fishery, which we'll have to analyze again. But I think in order to get A3 right, we have to have access to whatever data we can. So if you could address that, I would appreciate that.
Sure. So with the Virginia-only reduction landings, for that bait versus reduction allocation, I can only show the 2009 to 2011 and the 2012 to 2016 time periods. So what this means is if the board wants to take bait versus reduction and then further divide that bait, you are basing it on one of those 2 time periods. However, those older time periods have significantly lower bait allocations than those 2 more recent time periods. And so kind of my question back to the board then is, if we don't include those 3 time periods, is that, they may not meet the goals and objectives of Amendment 3. So I don't know if you guys feel it's critical to have them in there. If it is, then that's something definitely to consider.
All right, I think we have had good discussion on this, and I think we need to vote. So I will call a 30-second caucus, and then we'll vote on this motion to remove the Virginia reduction landing only options from the document. 30 seconds. Okay, I'm going to call the vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? 2. Null votes. So the motion fails 5-11, which means, as of now, both sets of options data streams, if you will remain in the document unless somebody wants to make a motion regarding the other set, but I don't sense that. So I guess, Megan, to you, does this remain workable in your opinion?
From a staff perspective, we need to eliminate one of these options for this to be a viable document for public comment. This is duplicating the number of tables and options in the document. I think the board should really consider removing one of these options.
John Clark?
Well, I'll make the opposite motion, then I'll move to, what are we exclude? We're going to remove the historical landing periods.
Yes, the motion would be to remove the all historic landing periods. Seconded by Rob O'Reilly. Moved by John Clark, seconded by Rob O'Reilly. So this is just a flip. This is now removing the other set of 5 time frames associated with all historic reduction landings. Discussion on the motion. I think we actually had a very good discussion. It's really, I think, the flip of what we just talked about, but the same exact issue. So I'll just give folks a few more seconds to think this through, and then I'm going to call for the vote. Per staff recommendations, we've offered a clarification. We'll call it a friendly amendment. But John, and Rob, I want to see if you are okay with this. The new version is to move to remove the historic reduction landings from states which no longer have a reduction fishery. Supported by the maker and seconder of the motion. So on the motion, Eric?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me what the definition of reduction fishery is?
I think you're catching us off guard in that we don't have a straightforward answer, but I mean, it's, what is that? Supreme Court case. You know it when you see it. For the purpose of it's other than bait. It's reducing down for purposes other than bait. But I'm sure there's a much better definition. It just appears that we don't have it in front of us at the moment.
Okay. Well, I'd like to know what that definition is. I'd be interested to know. But to say we have a reduction fishery and have a bait fishery, I talked to Megan about it before. I'd like to refer to it as a reduction, depending on the definition of reduction, of course, and then bait/other, because there are other uses for menhaden besides bait. And I just want to make sure I don't get boxed into a corner to be committed to either reducing them or selling them as bait. It's only a technical thing. It's one word you put in every one. It'll take you 10 minutes.
No, I think Megan just concurred that that's very doable, and she made a note to that effect. So thank you for that suggestion. Rachel?
I just wanted to ask if maybe adding a specific date to that motion would take out the ambiguity of reduction fishery. And maybe the rest of the room can help me out with that. So if instead we were to say from 1985 to 2000, the time period that encompasses what we believe to be the definition of the reduction fishery. Did that?
We could say which don't have a reduction fishery as of 2016. Or are you trying to get at? Are you trying to understand when the historic reduction fisheries were? Okay. Historic reduction landings from 1985 to, I guess it would be through 2005. Do that.
I just think I was trying to clarify a little bit, because I think that's really at the heart of what we're doing. And if we identify that time period, then we pare down a little bit on the time frame questions that we had on the table.
Thank you very much for that suggestion. And there's been an additional tweak made to the motion to insert the time frame 1985 through 2005 to clarify the period that we're referring to with this motion. And again, I would look to the maker and seconder, and I'm getting thumbs up, that this is consistent with the motion, and Rachel, to your point, I think it helps to clarify what exactly is being proposed. Dr. Duval?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I don't support this motion, but I think, you know, all this is it's just removing those options that include all states' reduction landings. That's what it does, right?
I think the answer is yes, particularly for states like North Carolina, Rhode Island, and Maine. They would no longer be credited for their reduction landings that they had subsequent to 1985.
I just want to make sure we're sort of consistent with the verbiage that's been used in the draft amendment, that's all.
Okay, I think that was a good discussion and some very helpful clarifying points. We have a motion, and I will reread it to make sure it's clear on the record. Move to remove the historic, paren 1985 through 2005, paren reduction landings from states which no longer have a reduction fishery. 30-second caucus, and then we'll vote. I'm sorry, I guess I might have missed a few. Richie?
Just a question of process. If this fails, where does that leave us if having both in is not a workable document?
We have both in and an unworkable document.
You could reconsider the previous vote.
So vote accordingly. I don't see much caucusing going on, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Opposed, raise your hand. Abstentions? Null votes? The motion passes 10-4 with 3 abstentions. Okay. We have one last issue from Megan's memo, and then we're going to open the floor to other suggestions. So the fun continues. Next up is, I think, the New York recalibration issue. Megan?
So as a reminder, New York has submitted a proposal to recalibrate their landings due to inconsistent or non-existent reporting. The PDT was comfortable with the methods used by New York and had a higher comfort level with using landings rather than number of trips to scale historic landings. Again, the 3 kind of caveats of the PDT were that an increase in menhaden abundance in New York waters, as opposed to solely an increase in reporting, may explain the higher landings reported in 2013 through 2016. Assumptions need to be made about how recalibrated landings are divided by gear type, since that information has not been provided. And under the current timeline, there is no time to review proposals from other states which seek to recalibrate their landings.
Thank you. And this does hark back to the prior presentation that we went through quickly, but there is a report from the PDT on this in your meeting materials. Jim, would you like to speak to this issue?
Yeah, Bob, just first question is, do we need a motion to actually include this? Okay, because it's currently not a part of the document. So just in terms of what we submitted on this was that, you know, I won't go into all the details unless somebody wants, we just didn't have history. This was trying to get, and because of that, the allocation we got was, you know, ridiculously inadequate. So we're just trying to correct that. I think the concern about that we could get a higher allocation than, or a higher, you know, number of fish than we had. I mean, we're talking about, you know, the 1% area of the fishery. So this isn't a huge windfall for New York if we do this. It's just trying to get back at a, you know, an accurate number in terms of what we're harvesting. So do you want me to make a motion, or you want to have a discussion?
Let's go with a motion.
All right. I move that we include New York's proposal to recalibrate the landings in Amendment 2.
So I would remind, well, first of all, is there a second to that motion? There's a second, seconded by Senator Minor. There were a few ways in which the New York landings could be recalibrated. There were some multipliers that were offered up, and I know the PDT recommended a specific multiplier that they felt comfortable with. Are you, Jim, willing to perhaps massage your motion a bit with regard to the multiplier?
Yeah, I'll put per recommendations of the PDT. That's fine.
That works. So per the recommendations of the PDT, and if you want to go back and read their memo, you'll see that they had recommended a lower multiplier from the range that they analyzed. So the motion has been modified to read, move to include New York's proposal to recalibrate the landings in Amendment 3 per the recommendations of the PDT. Discussion on the motion? John Clark?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. More of a question. I know the PDT said that this same type of reasoning could benefit other states. Did they have a list of how many? I mean, this is yet another "the dog ate my homework" excuse from New York, and you know, we keep.
We don't have a list of states that could also potentially want to seek this out, or said another way, no one has approached me with another proposal. However, I think there are other states that maybe suffer from a similar ailment, but long story short, same dog, yeah. There's no time to review other proposals. So if we accept this one, this is the one we will accept, and we will move on.
Further discussion, Adam Nowalski.
Is the intent of this that it would provide a single recalculation for all of New York's numbers in the document, or would it be an additional question we'd be asking whether to accept New York's numbers as presented or tables with New York's numbers as recalibrated?
My take is it's the former. This is a board decision now to clarify which New York landings data is going to be included in the amendment. It's not a question we're going to be asking the public. At least that's how it's being presented. If you wish to take another course, I guess we can put it in the amendment as an option for the public to consider, but that was not our intent. It was more to have the board make a decision today on which set of data to use for New York. Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the technical committee advanced the idea of landings over trips over effort, but I remember reading that they also indicated there could have been growth in abundance. Was the technical committee, I guess this is for Megan, were they thinking that that was a strong indication that there should be something done to scale or calibrate according to abundance, or was it just something to let everyone know that probably the two time periods were different in abundance?
It's just a note to the board. There's no recommendation from the PDT to alter the recalibration.
Further discussion on this motion? John Clark.
Just a question, is there a table that you could put up that would show what a difference this would make?
They're included in the staff memo. There's a whole series of tables that show what the new numbers would look like. Dr. Duvall?
And I saw those tables, but I think what John's getting to is that I was having to try to shift back and forth between the main amendment document and all of the tables that are in the staff memo, and my eyes were spinning backwards in my head to try to figure out exactly. I mean, from a percentage perspective, the differences look pretty small, but just for the record.
Thank you. Additional comments? Seeing none, is the board ready for the question? If so, I'll call it. Well, do you want a 30-second caucus on this? Yes, 30-second caucus, and then we'll vote. We're ready for the vote. This is on the motion to include New York's proposal to recalibrate the landings in Amendment 3 per the recommendations of the PDT. All in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? Null votes. The motion passes 14 to 2, and there's been a request for an iced coffee break. So let's do that for 10 minutes, and then we'll reconvene at exactly 4:38. Thank you. One minute. We'll start again in 1 minute. All right, if everyone could take their seats, we'll get going again. Okay, we're going to resume where we left off. We've gone through the staff memo and addressed the staff recommendations. We're still on quota allocation. We're going to be moving on to the other issues after we complete our review of the quota allocation issues. Now what I'd like to do is open the floor to any additional suggested changes or modifications to the draft amendment regarding the allocation options or sub-options. So I would welcome anyone's suggestions for additional changes that they'd like to make regarding the allocation options. David Borden?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question and then maybe a suggestion. This is under the disposition quota. Megan, if you could put up, I think it's table 2. You had it up there before, which is allocation of percentages by years, I believe.
It's coming.
Okay, so my question is, the current split in the fishery, as I understand it, and Megan, correct me if I misspeak, is 75-25 in terms of purse seine, and then we have an option in here for a 70-30 split. Okay, so we have 2 options. And I guess my question, in the spirit of the point that was made about not being in individual states' interest and not being in a coastwide interest, I just can't see the Commission using some of the percentages in the final analysis in this table. All of these percentages would significantly restrict the bait fishery, which is at increasing landings, and there isn't a state around the table here that doesn't have fishermen that benefit from those bait landings. So, I mean, I would question whether or not we need this. I think that if in this alternative we could simplify the alternative if we just had status quo, which would be 75-25, and then just had the 70-30 and drop this out of it. But I'd like to hear some other comments. I may not understand why we need this as an alternative.
So I'll respond by saying that I do think you're correct in that the current split, or at least over recent years, is about 75-25. That particular option is not yet in the addendum, in the amendment. What's in the amendment is a 70-30 split, and then, as you pointed out, David, a series of additional ratios that range from 75-25 all the way up to, I think it's like 92-8. So if I understand you, go ahead, David.
Well, just a quick comment, and I'm not trying to nitpick the point, but 2012 through 2016 is basically status quo.
Correct, but we don't have that specific option yet. Well, what we have are what you see up on the board. So if you want to retain sub-option 1, that would be 70-30, and then if you want to modify sub-option 2, you might want to make a motion to that effect.
Well, if I could request, I'd like to hear, if somebody wants to take the other side of the argument, I'd just like to hear, is there a valid reason to keep these other options in? And then if there's not, I'm happy to make a motion.
Sorry about that. I was just having a sidebar with Megan. I think we have a suggested way forward, but to David's point, would others like to speak to what he just said, and then in particular, would anyone like to make a motion on the issue? David?
Yeah, then I would move that we simplify the disposition alternative and have two options. First option would be 70-30 split, and the second option would be a 25-75 split.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Roy Miller. Discussion on the motion. Is everyone clear on what's being recommended? Instead of there being, I can't count, I think maybe 6 options, there would now be 2. And the 2 would be a 70-30 split and a 75-25 split. That's the motion. Discussion on the motion? Is there any objection to the motion? Senator Minor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification. I think in the original slide, the 30% was to bait and 70 to reduction. Does this not flip it?
No, the intent is to keep the 70%, the larger amount for reduction, the smaller amount for bait.
Just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
David, that's your, yeah. That is clear that it's reduction bait in that order with those ratios. 2 ratios that would be offered up for public comment in the document. Cherie?
Yes, could you just go back to the table, please?
There it is. So as you can see, if that table were left in, you'd have, in addition to the 70-30 split, you'd have 5 other potential splits ranging from 75.2 and 24.8 all the way up to 91.7 and 8.3. Is the board ready for the question? Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, the motion is approved by consent. Thank you. Other suggestions? Thank you, David. Other suggestions for potential modifications to the allocation options or sub-options. Nicola.
I want to help Megan out some more here at the public hearings. Going to the fleet capacity options, we've already limited that to the 2-fleet option alone, but I think we can go a little bit further. I don't see that as a viable option unless it is also coupled with either regional or a dispositional split. If you had just a coast-wide fleet of purseines, the large capacity one, that would include Virginia reduction, Massachusetts small scale purseines, New Jersey larger scale purseines on one coast-wide purseine quota, and I don't see that as a viable option. So I would move to remove the fleet capacity only options.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Richie White. I think, Nicola, you just spoke to your rationale, but do you want to offer anything more? Okay. Discussion on the motion? We'll wait till we get it up there, and I realize we're moving fast, so no problem. Take your time. Megan's looking up a table, and she's going to speak to just to make sure the board's clear on the ramifications of this. So I'll let her speak.
So if you are in the staff memo, on page 6 and 7, there are the 3 fleet ones have already been eliminated. So looking at the 2 fleet, this would eliminate the tables 5A and B, but it would keep 5C, which divides the bait sector, combines the dispositional and the bait options together, and it would also keep subsequent tables that combine fleet with region and then fleet with bait and region.
Nicola is nodding in the affirmative that that is indeed the substance behind her motion. Is there additional discussion on the motion? Pat Kelleher?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. So 5C is the table that would be removed?
5C is kept. 5A and B would be removed, but you've already removed one of those because you decided on your reduction question. So it would be removing just your straight large fleet versus small fleet. What this allows you to do is combine that with other methods, so you can further divide that large fleet by region, by bait versus reduction, to help with allocation.
Additional questions, comments on the motion? David Blazer.
Thank you. I'm not sure I totally understand yet, but so we're talking about removing the 2 fleet option?
It's removing the 2 fleet option as a sole method. So what this says is if you want to pursue a fleet capacity approach, it has to be combined with either a regional approach and or a bait versus reduction approach. So the idea is you don't keep the large fleet as a single block. You would further divide that large fleet either by bait and reduction or region.
So it would eliminate, so it would eliminate the state-by-state allocation within that fleet capacity?
There's no state-by-state allocation within fleet because I can't show jurisdictional landings for large fleet because they're confidential. But I can show them by region. Then that option is still in there. And the board could choose not to do a fleet capacity option and go with a jurisdictional approach. That is still in there as well.
Okay.
David, I think, and I get where you're at because I was there at some point, like 1 in the morning recently. But I think the point, I think the point is that Table 5A, you know, would be a monolithic 2-fleet coast-wide program where the entire Menhaden quota would be allocated to a large fleet without any further subdivision, and then small fleet in the same way. And what Megan is, I think, saying, if I understand correctly, is that while that would be precluded, the further subdivisions that would make it, I think, much more manageable would still be included in the document. So this would just take out that large, I call it monolithic in the sense of just 2 fleets coast-wide with no other further subdivision. I don't know if that helps or not, but that's my sense as to what this motion is intended to address. Further discussion? Rachel?
Yeah, looking at it, I'm just kind of wondering, does it still allow for the small fleet to work on the soft cap under that capacity? I just want it on the record.
Yes, small fleet can still be under soft cap.
Further, good questions, and it's really helpful to make sure that we're clear on exactly what these potential changes mean, and appreciate the on-the-record discussions. Further discussions, further comments, concerns? If not, is the board ready for the question? Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, we've got another development. Thank you. Is there anyone else on the board that would like to make a recommended change to any of the other options or sub-options in the allocation section? Megan says she's good, which means you guys have really achieved a lot today. Thank you very much. I think we've got a much more scaled down, I know we have a much more scaled down document now that I think will be much easier to convey to the public. So good work. Now we're on to the next third chunk, if you will. It's really the last significant chunk, and I call it the all other category. I'm not sure if Megan has a slide or not, but what I wrote down based on her presentation is that we would now entertain discussion on issues such as quota transfers, quota rollovers, incidental catch, episodic set-aside program, and Chesapeake Bay cap. So that's sort of the all other category and categories. They're all separate and distinct, of course, but we're now opening the floor to discussion on any potential changes to those issues. Cherie?
Yes, does that also include the indecision clause?
Yes, thank you for noting that. I forgot about that, and thank you. Let's add that in. So all of those issues are now open for discussion by the board. Did you have something you wanted to raise on that issue?
Sure, I'll go for it. I would like to make a motion to eliminate options B and C. Really don't see the purpose for suspending unused quota or quota average provisions or episodic event incidental catch provisions if the board can't make a decision.
And either I'd like to ask that the slide be brought back up, or if, Megan, you can call the board's attention to where the options live under indecision so they're clear as to what B and C are.
Sure. So the options are on page 46 of the draft amendment. Option B was the option where we keep the TAC the same, but any unused quota could not be rolled over and any overages could not be addressed through transfers. And then option C was where, again, the TAC remains the same, but there's no episodic events program or incidental catch program. Page 46.
And we do have it up on the screen now. Thank you very much, Max, or whoever did that. So just so the board's clear, the motion is to remove options B and C under the indecision clause, which would leave options A and D. Discussion on the motion. Oh, we need a second. I'm sorry. Cherie moved. Is there a second to Cherie's motion? Seconded by Nicola Meserve. We have a motion now to do just what I said, and we're now going to discuss it. David Bush?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things that stands out in this is that this is more or less something that will take place if the board fails to do what it needs to do. Unfortunately, the board won't feel much more than some emails and phone calls. The folks that's going to feel this are going to be the ones out there on the water. I really hate to see something that technically punishes the fishermen for a failure of the board to come to some sort of concurrence. So any of the options that sort of take some of the sting out that the fishermen would feel, it was greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my seatmate here. You know, it was a year ago this week that we sat here and sat through I don't know how many tie votes, which was technically an indecision. I just think I would rather us not even contemplate not making decisions. I don't think it's fair to the resource. I don't think it's fair to the constituencies or to the communities. And so I agree with David. Thank you.
I do think it begs the question, what if? What if we are unable as a board to reach a decision this year, next year, or any year down the road? Where does that leave us in terms of this is all about setting the tack for the subsequent year. What is the fallback? And that's exactly what this is aimed at addressing. So I just wanted to challenge my colleague to make sure that the board is clear that that's the purpose of having these options presented. Not that I'm commenting on the motion, but just to comment on the reason for why this was developed. Dr. Duvall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Robert and David. This would only leave option A and option D. And while I recognize that option D might not necessarily be preferable because, it could allow the board to be lazy when we really should take some action. In other words, if we were facing a reduction. I think you could probably enhance option D by, only allowing that option to be, only allowing that to occur for, a single year. And then, the board would have to, base things on projections. Now, it may be that the board would select to maintain the TAC at the status quo just based on the projections that you have. I think, if you're in a situation of looking at an increase or a decrease, that option D, you might want to enhance it by only allowing that for a year. I think particularly in the instance of where you're looking at having to decrease.
Kyle, you had your hand up?
I think that the idea of us not making a decision is definitely something that I would hate to see this go through again. But I think actually in the end, a combination of all four of these things might be something that we need to look at. For example, in option A, that hurts the people who have quota, where it does not hurt those that are under episodic events. So it doesn't bring everybody to the table. It only brings the people that have the most quota to. And of course, that just strictly hurts in the industry. So, I think, not that I'm a proponent of keeping all four of those things in there, maybe taking B out, but I think C needs to stay in there because the states without quota need to have to be able to be forced to come to a table if there's a tie.
Understood. Thank you. I thought I had another hand. Rachel, and then Robert.
We do not have a motion on the table, do we?
Yes, we do.
We do. I'm very uncomfortable with A. Option A sends shivers down my spine for the industry, just because of the reasons that Kyle mentioned with the idea that we would then be cut so drastically. So I think that option A would be an incentive for those that don't fish, but I think B and C seem to be geared towards those states that might be operating right now currently under episodic. So I think that really the only option here would be D. So I would like to make, would that be an amendment or a substitute motion? Thank you. I would like to make a substitute motion that would move to eliminate options A, B, and C from the indecision clause.
Is there a second to that substitute motion? Seconded by Robert Boyles. And then you have a comment, but let's make sure we get that up first. So there is moved and seconded to substitute by eliminating option A, B, and C from the indecision clause, which would mean there would be no option for this no options for the public to select from. There would just be a straightforward characterization as to what would happen in the case of indecision, and that is it would be status quo, as I understand the implications of this substitute motion. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's the reason I offered the motion. And I think, my interest here is, a year ago, I sat here and our constituents, our partners in stewardship sat here and watched us struggle to make a decision that we ultimately made in Bar Harbor in October. And just a structural question to you, Mr. Chairman, or to the staff. I'm very interested in Amendment 3 in getting us, okay, if we don't take positive action with the TAC, then it's status quo. And is this the method to get us there? Is that why it's listed as a management option?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Robert, can you rephrase it?
Sure. Last August, when we failed to set specifications for 2017, shame on me, without a fishery, I guess I wasn't paying attention. I apologize to everyone, but I just thought, okay, well, we haven't increased anything. We've not decreased it. And I was surprised. I'll advertise my ignorance. I was surprised to learn that no, absent setting a specification, we don't really have a fishery next year. I think that if that was in fact the case, I think that sets up a bad incentive for us not to act. And so where I'm coming from is I would like for us to specify the fisheries based on the latest information that we've got. And if we cannot come to a consensus to make a change, then we'll just continue status quo.
Thank you. Roy.
Mr. Chairman, as I read this option, if it were to pass, then what's left has no alternative options. In other words, there's no options.
Correct.
There's only the directed course of action that would be in the plan.
That's correct. Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of comments. As Robert Boyles had mentioned, at the August meeting, this board was not able to come to an agreement last year. And between the August meeting and the annual meeting, there was vigorous debate on what happens if the board couldn't come to a decision at the Bar Harbor meeting. And there were a lot of camps. One camp said there's no fishery at all because we haven't set a quota. The other said there's unlimited fishery. You haven't set a quota. There's nothing to slow the fishery down. So it was, something in this document to resolve that debate is what we're going for here. What happens if? And, as everyone said, hopefully it's unlikely and won't occur, but, last year is an indication it's not easy. And I think, as based on Roy's last question, what happens if this passes, then there's only option D, which says everything rolls over. But, if for some reason folks didn't like that option and didn't want this indecision clause in there, you can delete that whole section when you're going to final approval of this document, which is, in my opinion, a bad thing, because I think that leaves the plan silent on what happens if the board can't come to a conclusion. So, this wouldn't have management options. It would just be, this is what the section says. It says everything rolls over from one year to the next if the board can't take positive action.
Thanks, Bob. That was really helpful. And I just to kind of build on that, there is no indecision clause currently. So, I mean, just to kind of build on and repeat essentially what Bob just said, there is a sense that we need that clause in the amendment. It can either be what the board now feels it should be without necessarily giving the public a choice of options, which is the upshot of the motion on the board, or we could give the public a set of options, which is how it was presented. So I think we're all hopefully getting a better understanding of what we're seeking to address here. I have several hands up, and I want to get to some folks who haven't yet spoken. Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have a similar clause in any other fishery management plan in terms of if we can't come to a decision?
I don't know. I'm going to look to staff and see if anyone knows.
I don't think we do well, that's not true. In some of the joint plans we do, summer flounder, scup, black sea bass, bluefish, those plans that we share with the Mid-Atlantic Council, they have provisions that I think their provisions roll over from one year to the next if they haven't taken positive action. So those plans we do. I can't recall sea herring and dogfish and some of the others, but we do in some of our plans that we share with the MID.
Let's see. So I'm sorry. Was there anyone else who wished to comment on this? Richie?
Yeah, in Atlantic herring, in our the 3 states that do the Days Out program, our default position is no fishery. And that forces us, that's not acceptable to anybody, and that forces us to make a decision. So, question on this, what if we're overfishing and this kicks in?
Nicola.
My sense of the reason this was included is because from the prior tax setting situation, there was no guidance as to whether the TAC would be 0 the next year or unlimited the next year if it wasn't determined. And I think the real options here are, is it 0 or is it status quo? So if this motion passes and removes options A, B, and C, I'll make a follow-up motion to include one that says it's 0. And then you have those 2 options in the document. It's either 0 or it's status quo. Maybe that is a way to move forward.
Fair enough. So you can anticipate what might follow after we vote on this. Rob?
I'm going to support the motion. I think that, you know, putting myself as a reader to read this, I would wonder what the ASMSC is really doing, that they have all these different permutations of how to make a decision, whereas just having a statement that is option D, I think that at least gives the public an understanding that there are some contingencies, but at the same time, the ASMFC is ready to handle them. And I think that's all we need, so thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, or is the board ready for the question? I'm going to, do you need time to caucus? 15 seconds, quick caucus, and then we'll vote on this substitute motion. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Null votes? Well, it's unanimous, but I think we lost someone. 17-0. Okay, so we have the substitute becomes the main motion. Would anyone like to make an amendment or another substitute? We now have this as the main motion, which we need to vote on again unless somebody wishes to offer a substitute. Nicola.
I feel I'm being led. So I will move to amend to also add an option to set the TAC at 0.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Richie White. So this would amend the substitute by eliminating options A, B, and C and adding an additional option that would be setting the TAC at 0. So there would be 2 options that would be included in the document if this amended motion were to prevail. Robert Boyles?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nicola, I appreciate what you're doing to at least have this conversation. I'm concerned about creating a situation where we invite dissension into our decision-making process. We come together quarterly to try to build consensus on what's best for our resources, our coastal resources, long-term for sustainability and stewardship. We have a lot of people who spend a lot of time joining us and watching these painful discussions at times. And I know that it's very difficult for us to reach consensus on a lot of these issues. I'm just concerned that if we default to 0 on the basis of failure to reach consensus, it's going to have significant implications for fish stocks and for people. And so for that reason, I'm going to speak against this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. David Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along those same lines, that invites a situation where I believe you might have been alluding to, where there's only 1 or 2 groups that's going to have to concede during every conversation or face 0. I don't think that's a situation we want or need to be in. Again, I understand the point of this motion, but again, having been in the midst of many of these fights, I would hate to have to face the fact that you're either going to give up something or you're going to give up everything. And that's probably what it would come down to, potentially.
Thank you. Richie White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't see anybody sitting at this table that would be in favor of shutting a fishery down. Nobody here is going to want to shut a fishery down. We do a lot of things that require us to do something. If a stock is overfished, we have to take action. You have to cut back harvest. And so I don't see this as divisive. I see this as a nuclear option that no one's going to go there. Therefore, we will compromise and we will come out with a decision. It hasn't happened in our Atlantic herring because you can't go there. Everybody wants a fishery.
Thank you. Dr. Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate what Nicholas is trying to do here as well. I guess, my vision of I understand that we want to make sure we have a backstop in case, we're not able to come to some positive action in a timely fashion. I'm just wondering, why does this have to go out to public comment? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do we have to ask the public for their opinion on something that is really strictly a board decision? My vision of this would be that, the tax setting method is the board will set the tax based on the best available science, projection analysis. In the event that the board is unable to come to a consensus on the TAC for the following year by, the August meeting or by the annual meeting each year, then the previous year's TAC will remain in effect. Maybe I'm being a little simplistic about this.
Gotcha. I do see one hand. Patrick, did you want to address this issue? If you want to maybe come up to this mic right here in the corner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Patrick Paquette, recreational fishing advocate from Massachusetts, and I serve on multiple APs. I would joyfully submit that the one group of people that had more of a painful time 1 year ago than the members around this table were the members in the audience who weren't participating in the discussion and watched it happen. That being said, this is a very valuable discussion, but I'd just like to bring something that hasn't been said. In my opinion, for the last 40 minutes, you've not been talking about Menhaden. You've been talking about operational procedure of how this board functions. I do not believe this is a Menhaden-specific question or a Menhaden-specific appropriate action. This is, I believe, exactly why you have a policy board. This discussion, in my opinion, should be voted out of this amendment, should be kicked to a policy board for a quote-unquote, if I was at a federal board, at a council meeting, we'd be talking about an omnibus policy. Like this should be something more overreaching. And yes, maybe there are, why is it in a Mid-Atlantic plan? Well, because Magnuson's behind it and there's some federal law that requires decisions to be made. So I'm just saying that I just don't think that this is a Menhaden decision. And I think that if you all sat back, and there's been a lot of very insightful conversation here, but if you sat back and looked at the whole thing, you'd be like, yeah, this isn't Menhaden. This is about a policy board decision. And I just thought somebody should say it so that you've heard it.
Points well taken. Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wishing to speak on this particular issue? Seeing no hands, back to the board. Yes, Doug Brady.
Yeah, I'm just want to get my arms around what was just said in terms of if we, once all this goes to public hearing, do we have the ability to add anything in the amendment that is not discussed in the public hearing? And or are we bound by what's in the document and we can't deviate or add things outside that?
I think it depends on what the issue is. I mean, certainly on these substantive issues of reference points and allocation, you know, we're framing the options. We've just framed the options. On an issue like this, it's becoming increasingly clear to me that maybe the best approach is to just have it addressed in a single way, perhaps via the the last option, the status quo option, where status quo is continued. And then, as Bob Beal indicated, we come back to that in November and see if we're comfortable with that or something else. But it's up to the board, not up to the public, is what I'm sensing in terms of how best to address this issue. At least that's what I'm gaining from the discussion that's been taking place so far. But back to you, Doug.
So could a motion be made to just take this completely out of the public hearing document, this issue?
Any motion can be made. My preference would be to keep it in, but not necessarily with options. That's just speaking for the first time as a preference from my perch here. But I'll leave it up to the board to decide. We do have a motion. We have a motion to amend on the board. We do need to dispense with that. I don't want to rush the issue, but I want to try to move along. But Spud, I'll look to you for comment.
Yeah, I'm just troubled that we are going to put something in a public information document that tells the public that we're ineffectual, and we're asking them to tell us how to fix our ineffectiveness. And that I see that as a little bit nonsensical given what we're already trying to deal with in the world of Menhaden. And I agree with Doug. I think we ought to seriously consider removing it.
Thank you. So let's do this. Let's move through. Let's vote on the motion to amend. Then we'll be back to the main motion. We can vote on that either as is or as amended, and then potentially we can take up a suggested alternative, which is to just not even have an indecision clause in this document at all. So is the board ready to vote on the motion to amend? If so, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your hand. Those opposed, raise your hand. Abstentions? Null votes. The motion fails by a whopping margin. And 3-15, I think it was. So we're back to the main motion, and it's now up to the board to vote this up or down. And then depending on the outcome of that, there could be an alternative approach. I suppose somebody could seek to amend right now, or I should say substitute, by suggesting that there be no indecision clause. I think that's the thrust of the discussion that I've heard so far. Either voting on this as is or voting on a substitute that would remove the indecision clause entirely. But maybe I'm mischaracterizing. Dennis?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to remove the indecision clause.
And that would be in the form of a substitute, I think. So to move to substitute, to remove the indecision clause from the document, moved by Dennis Abbott and seconded by Pat Kelleher. We've had a lot of discussion on this issue. Would anyone like to further discuss the now substitute motion? Jim Gilmore.
So I'm clear on this, Bob. If we went down this road, then that the policy board, we would have a general statement that what would happen if we didn't make decision on any management plan. Is that how we would reconcile this? Because right now, we're going to go back to last fall where do we have a fishery? Is it a closed fishery or whatever? If we don't at least have some guidance as to what we do if we can't reach decision.
Bob, do you have a thought on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The short answer is yes. If this goes away and the plan's silent, then we end up with last fall. Where is it zero? Is it infinite? What is it? However, if this board would like to request that the policy board, take on this task of trying to figure out what happens if a board's unable to take action, I think that's appropriate too. So this, part of this notion to remove the indecision clause may be to also recommend the policy board take up this issue.
So we thank you for that. I think that clarifies the issue. Tom Foti.
This is not a board that anybody's missing at. It's the same board that sits at the policy board. So it would be just simple, do it here instead of taking it to the policy board.
Dr. Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think if there was some sense that we felt like there needed to be, an overall policy, as was suggested by the public, in regards to tax setting procedures across all of our fishery management plans, in the event that a TAC is not set for the following fishing year by XX date, then, the status quo TAC remains in place for the following fishing year. I think, that's one route. I support this motion because, as I said earlier, I don't think this is necessarily something that the public needs to provide input on, but I think alternatively, we could also simply include, just a statement language in the amendment about just the tax setting method. It's going to be via projection. If the board is unable to come to a consensus on a TAC by the annual meeting, then the TAC for the current year remains in effect for the following fishing year. Either one of those I'm fine with.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like Dr. Duvall's approach. I appreciate Mr. Paquette's suggestion that this is a issue that cuts across, but to Mr. Foti's point, we are all here. I do support the motion. I think everybody's made good points. And if necessary, I'd be prepared to make a motion that what Dr. Duvall said, but we'll dispense with this first.
Thank you. I think that is the right way to proceed. Let's dispense with this issue. Is there any further discussion on this move to substitute? Is the board ready for the question? Is there any need to caucus? 10 seconds. Three, two, one. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. If I'm rushing it, just tell me stop, and I'll give you more time to caucus. I'm just thinking that this is something we can potentially move through quickly. Is the board ready? If so, all in favor of the question, all in favor of the motion to substitute, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Null votes. The motion passes 15-3, so it becomes the main motion. Is the board ready to vote on it as a main motion? If so, Dennis, yes?
The decision we're making is strictly about the Menhaden plan. I think that the suggestion would be that tomorrow at the policy board, this be brought up as an item to either be discussed at tomorrow's meeting or to be talked about maybe in November of how we deal with the indecision. I think Patrick Paquette hit things right on the head, saying that we really should be looking at this more broadly.
Thank you. That's one approach. So is the board ready to vote on this as a now main motion? If so, I'll call the question. All in favor of this main motion, which is the same motion that you just voted on, please raise your hand. Opposed? Thank you. Abstentions? Null votes? The motion carries 16-2 to 0-0. Would anyone else like to make any other motion on this issue? I think, we've heard two competing perspectives on this. One is to have some provision in the plan that addresses the issue. The other is to just defer to the policy board. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In deference to the colleagues around the table, a lot of the boards deal with very, very difficult and different issues. For instance, I would submit to you that the Menhaden board dynamics are a little different than the South Atlantic board. And so with that, I would say to put this issue to rest, I would make a motion that this plan include a statement that the tax setting, that describes the tax setting process, but also specifies that failure to change the TAC based on latest information, best available science, by the annual meeting will result in status quo for the following fishing year.
As staff works to get that up, do we have a second? I see Kyle Schick as seconding. Richie?
Didn't we just vote that down?
No, I think what we, I'd have to go back, I'm sorry. I think what we just voted down was, Robert, the issue that we're struggling with here is how does this differ? Well, I think here's how it differs. I think either we have an indecision clause in the document or we don't. I mean, either we're silent on the issue of what happens via the tax setting process or we're not. And I think what Robert is trying to suggest is that there be something prescriptive or at least informative in the document that addresses the issue of how tax is set versus having nothing in the document whatsoever and having the policy board decide it for the Menhaden board. Richie?
The other option is to send it to the policy board. And that's what I think should happen. And then the policy board can look at it to see whether it ought to be across all species or not. And then look at some options in a general sense.
We had a second by Kyle Schick, so you can add that. And I think we need to, and we'll have more discussion, but I think the issue is clearly this motion, which includes something in the Menhaden plan addressing the issue versus nothing in the Menhaden plan, looking to the policy board to inform and then somehow, I guess, integrate or overlap. I'm not sure how that would work, but I understand that's the perspective coming from this side of the table versus that side. Dr. Rhodes?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Richie, and as a policy for all the boards, we may need to look at this, but this will be stating in the document going to the public and in the amendment that we will be passing in November that we have created that fallback that we didn't have in the past. And, at that point, everyone's been informed of it. So to me, it's almost an informative part of the amendment.
Thank you. Richie?
I think this creates the situation for more division, because this could benefit one group over another group. There could be a situation where one group says, yes, we want to leave the TAC in place, and another group wants to make a cut or increase. So I think this creates division. The no fishing, that doesn't create division because no one wins from that. So anyway, that's...
Bob Beal.
Not a comment on the result of the motion, just on the structure. Including the term annual meeting may be a little prescriptive. In other words, think about this year. The annual meeting is going to happen in October. This board's going to get back together potentially in November, should we ever get this document out to public comment. Get back together in November and may set a quota at that November meeting. And under this, it would say, actually, you can't do that because you didn't do it at the annual meeting, so the previous year's rolls over. So I think, it's by year end or something a little bit less, something a little more flexible than an annual meeting, maybe.
Robert, are you comfortable with that suggested perfection?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I don't know if staff caught that, but I think it was by year end. Is that already in there? By the end of the calendar year. So the new motion on the board is to move to include a statement that describes the tax setting process with a provision that if the board fails to reach a decision by the end of the calendar year, then the TAC will be set at the previous year's TAC. John Clark.
Yeah, I'm just a little confused. I guess I'd be asking Robert, is this just the indecision clause Mach 2? I mean, it seems like it does the exact same thing we just took out of the plan.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague and friend, Senator Cromer, helped me understand this. This is akin to setting a budget. I think we all deal with budget setting processes, and our legislative bodies have to positively act every year. And certainly I understand Richie's point, and that's a good perspective that I've not thought of. I guess, John, from this perspective, this isn't taking our incompetence, as Spud said, to the public. This is just saying, hey, as a policy statement moving forward in Amendment 3, if we don't act positively to change something, we're removing the ambiguous place where we were last year and saying, okay, it's status quo. And so that.
So it's a more decisive indecision clause.
Well, it's not an indecision clause, it's a statement, but yes, if you want to think about it that way, yes. I guess David suggested, if I can, that this was, we've transformed from asking the public what you think, hey, what do you think we should do, to a more affirmative statement, this is our intent on how we will manage the tax setting process.
Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I surely don't want to go against the gentleman from South Carolina. However, I do believe that this motion is out of order because we did previously vote status quo down. So I do not think that this is a legitimate motion at this point in time. I still think that we should take this up at the policy board. And where we stand right now is we did remove the indecision clause, and we've essentially created an indecision clause right here.
My take is it's the prerogative of the board right now to decide how they wish this document to go out to the public, and I don't think anything's out of order. I think this is the time to try to get it right, at least in terms of a draft amendment that will be coming back before the board for final decision in November, at which point we can take up this issue again. David?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be brief, like what Bob said here just a minute ago, we've went from asking the question and what the public thinks to identifying to the public what our policy is at this point. That's all this is.
All right, I think we've had a very healthy discussion. I'm going to take one more comment, and then I'm going to call the question. Adam?
So I think when we were taking A, B, and C out, we weren't giving an option anymore. When I see what we had was an indecision clause, and then I see the words fails to reach a decision, from my perspective, this is an indecision clause, but however we want to frame it, I know how I'd feel if I was sitting in the audience right now. I think, irregardless, with this specific motion, this specifies what we would do with the TAC. What happens to all the other provisions of the plan? Transfers, rollovers, episodic events, incidental catch, anything else that we do through the remainder of this amendment process.
Are you asking that as a question? What happens?
That's a question, because all this says is we're going to set the TAC at a level which says we have however many million pounds out there. And is that for the reduction fishery? Is that for the bait fishery? Is that only for small gears? What do we do with it? How do we catch it?
I'm going to let Megan take a crack at addressing your question.
So this is specifically aimed at status quo for the TAC. If you're interested in, after November, once we've taken final action on the amendment, if someone is interested in changing transfers or quota rollovers, that is through adaptive management, so you would need an addendum.
All right, I think we've had a very good discussion. I think I'd like to call the question, unless there's any objection to that decision. There is at least one, not an objection, but an additional. All right, thank you, Dr. Duvall. I do, because we really do need to, we've got, it's 5:34 and we've got a lot of left to do. Not a whole lot, but enough that I don't want to be here at 8 o'clock. So I am going to call the question on the move to include a statement that describes the tax setting process with the provision that if the board fails to reach a decision by the end of the year, then the TAC will be set at the previous year's TAC. Is the board ready to vote? If so, all in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, raise your hand. Abstentions? Null votes. The motion passes 14-4 to 0, and I think we are done with this issue for now. Are there any other recommended changes to any of the other issues, such as quota transfers, quota rollovers, incidental catch, episodic event set-aside program, Chesapeake Bay cap? I'm reminded that the AP had offered a suggestion that there be more options added to the episodic event set-aside program. As well, they recommended, or at least some on the AP recommended, establishing an RSA, a research set-aside program. And I also have a note here to suggest starting the fishing year either in May or I think it was March, either one, and I think Jeff spoke to the two possibilities rather than January 1. Those are AP suggestions, recommendations. They're certainly not bearing, but they're binding, or but they're certainly informative in terms of other issues or other approaches that the board might want to consider. Does anyone wish to offer any suggested changes to any of the issues that I just mentioned, or any others for that matter? Dr. Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I was looking at the quota transfer options, it seemed to me that, and I'm just trying to get to that page in the amendment, that it seemed like option D, which is a quota reconciliation with accountability measures. You know, and I apologize if I might have been one of the ones who spoke in favor of something like this, but I think rather than looking at something that that was, you know, perhaps you know, trying to penalize a state if they required additional quota transfers, or looking at only allowing or forgiveness of overage based on numbers of consecutive years. I think it's really complicated, and I think the public is going to be confused by that. And so I think, well, I like the quota reconciliation. I think the option D, which includes, you know, whether or not a number of years whereby if a state went over, they would not have overage forgiven. I mean, I think it penalizes states that get stuck in a situation where, you know, maybe there was simply more availability, or you know, something might have happened where they just were not able to, you know, control that harvest, rather than a nefarious intent to actually overrun a quota. I don't know. It just seemed overly complicated to me. That's all.
So this is on pages 70 through 73 of the draft amendment, which does lay out 4 options for quota transfers. And Dr. Duvall was just, I think, speaking specifically to option D on page 72. And although I didn't hear a motion, I heard a potential concern associated with that. Does anyone wish to comment or make a motion on this, on the issue of quota transfers? Cherie.
Yeah, I agree completely with Dr. Duvall. I do think it's cumbersome. I think it's complicated to implement. So I would like to make a motion to delete option D.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Dr. Duvall. So this is a motion to eliminate option D from the quota transfer options in the draft amendment. Discussion on the motion? Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, the motion is adopted by consent. Any other suggested changes? Thank you for that suggestion. Any other suggested changes? I know it's late and we're tired, but this is the time to go at any other issues that we haven't yet addressed that folks feel should be addressed. David Borden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to make this quick. Under the quota rollover provisions, we've got a provision for a 100% rollover, and I just raised the concern. I've listened to a number of discussions, particularly by NOAA scientists, about rollover provisions and when they take place. And one of the concerns that's always been voiced during those deliberations is that if you're going to roll over 100% of the quota, then that portion that gets rolled over has already been subjected to another year of natural mortality. And then the following year, you harvest the original amount. Aren't we actually, with a 100% rollover provision, aren't we harvesting more than the allowance? And if so, I have no problem inserting a number smaller than 100%, but I'd like to hear some technical advice on that, given the natural mortality rates.
Just take the whole thing out.
Shut your mic off.
No one's biting up here from a technical standpoint. I mean, clearly there are several options. This is on pages 74 through 70. I'm sorry. It starts on page 73 and runs through page 75. The 5 options under quota rollovers, and as David Borden just indicated, there's first option, unused quota may not be rolled over, then it goes to 100% rollover is option B, 10% option C, 5% option D, 50% option E. So do you want to make a motion, David, to address any of those?
I don't have, I'd prefer to get some guidance from some of the people around the table on what an appropriate number here is, but I don't think 100% is an appropriate number to have in this for the reasons I articulated. So I'll move to take out option B.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Roy Miller. So moved and seconded by David Borden and Roy Miller to remove option B, 100% quota rollover, from the quota rollover options. Discussion on the motion? Dr. Duvall?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I tend to agree with David. I had some concern about that. I do think it depends on, it depends on how much is left over, obviously, and which way, we eventually end up on our allocation decisions. So.
Further discussion on the motion? Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, if we remove option B, then what we have left is unused quota cannot be rolled over, or 10% can be rolled over, or 5% can be rolled over, or 50% can be rolled over. Right? So, earlier today I asked about natural mortality. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Jason what the natural mortality rate is used in the, what's the natural mortality rate that's used in the assessment?
Yeah, so I'm not going to give you a direct answer. I mean, think back to, I guess, I think first it's a good observation, that it's not like money that disappears because of all the things that are going on in the environment. So, I appreciate the discussion that you're having. I can't give you a number as to what it should be other than 100%. We could do that calculation. It would give us some unsatisfying number that would be weird looking, some odd proportion. So I can't off the top of my head, because the natural mortality, it's a vector, so we need to make all, like, remember Katie's talk? So there's all that kind of stuff going on. So I can't give you a direct answer, but you could conceivably come up with, that answer, but then that gets complicated by what Dr. Duvall brought up a little while ago. If there's not 100%, it gets complicated again, so.
Additional discussion, Dr. Duvall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for a second bite at the apple, but I do think, it's important to note that these options are, option B is that, has been proposed for removal is that the 100% quota rollover be removed. So that's, if you only harvested 5 pounds of your quota, then, there's like 99% of it left that could be rolled over. The other options leave 10% of the total quota that would be available could be rolled over 5% of the total quota or 50% of the unused quota. So there's a distinction between those options. And I just want to make sure, we're all tired, but want to make sure people understand that. That's all.
Thank you so much. I did gloss over that, and thank you very much for clarifying those options. I saw another hand up, Rob O'Reilly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I cannot support the motion. I think that there's more information involved, so, we take a snapshot, which we call the assessment, and we're lucky enough to have something through a pretty current time period, a little over a year difference, or just not even a year difference. I think there's data out there to advise the board about rollovers. I think it's hard to just say 50% or 75% or 100% because the stock is dynamic. So I'd want to know more about maybe some current indices, some information that would say the stock is on par with where it was on the last assessment, that type of approach. So I'm reluctant to support that motion for taking that out.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Tom Foti.
I think I still have a no rollover hat sitting home from one of our striped bass meetings when we talked about rollover. Sometimes the discussion was this: do we leave the fish that haven't been taken as a buffer zone for for our decision on imprecise of what we do? And I'm not sure if that's the best way to go. So I think I could support this motion.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing no hands, 15-second caucus, and then we'll vote on this motion. Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? Null votes. The motion passes 13-5 to 0-0. Are there any other issues or any other motions that the board would like to make? And now I'm going to just do it in the broadest way possible. Any other recommended changes to the draft amendment? I think we've pretty much covered a lot of territory, but we still have some more to go, I think. Sherry?
Hopefully this will be an easy one. Under episodic events, I would suggest removing option C, which is the 0% set aside, because the board could accomplish the same thing by just approving section 4.3.6.1 for inclusion in the amendment when taking final action on the amendment.
Hang on one sec. We're just going to make sure we got this clear.
Sheree, what was the section number you said?
4.3.6.1.
So, Sheree, this is under, so for the board's edification, we're on page 78 of the draft amendment. I think we are, right? Tax set aside? Yep. And your motion is to remove option C. Oh, I'm sorry, this is the percentage of tax set aside for the episodic events program. So yes, and the motion is to remove option C, 0% of TAC is set aside, leaving two options, either 1%, as is currently the case, status quo, or 3%. So is there a second to the motion? Seconded by Emerson Hasbrook. So moved and seconded to remove option C, which would essentially zero out the episodic event set-aside program. Discussion on the motion. Roy?
Mr. Chairman, if this were to pass, then that means the episodic program continues. Whereas if it doesn't pass and option C becomes part of the plan, then there is an option to do away with the episodic program. Am I right?
I think that's a fair characterization.
Well, and maybe we don't need an episodic program if one of the quota options chosen provides each state with the flexibility to handle episodic events. So we might not need an episodic program. Hence, why not leave the option C in there?
I understand your point. Adam?
Yeah, I agree entirely with Mr. Miller on that, given the way we typically do things with being able to, for final action, choose something within the range of options. If we had C and B in here, that would give us the flexibility in November to either eliminate the episodic program if we had some other mechanism through quotas, or to come up with some other number. I'm going to move to substitute to remove option A, and then I believe that leaves us with the appropriate range.
Is there a second to Adam's substitute motion to remove option A, which is the status quo program of a 1% set aside? Seeing no second, the motion fails for lack of a second, and we're back to the original motion, and that's to remove option C. Is there any further discussion on that motion? If not, I'll give the board a few seconds to caucus, and then we'll vote. All in favor of the motion to remove option C from episodic event set-aside program section, please raise your hand. Opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? Null votes. The motion fails 4 to 13 to 1. Any other motions to be brought before the board? John Clark.
Yeah, sorry to bring this up, but as a state that kind of depends on the incidental catch, I think there's just too many options here, and in particular option F, which would do away with the incidental catch, and option E, which I think is extremely complicated. That would still leave us with 4 options. So I would move to remove options E and F from the incidental catch proposals.
This is on page 75 and runs through, well, it starts on 77. Pages 75 through 77 include the options, sub-options regarding incidental catch and small-scale fisheries, and the motion is to remove options E and F. Is there a second to the motion?
No.
No second. So the motion fails for a lack of a second. There is a David? No? Okay. Let me ask the question one more time to be clear. It's been moved to remove these 2 options from the incidental catch section. Is there a second to the motion? Seeing no second, the motion fails for a lack of a second. David, did you have another issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After speaking to some folks during our brief break, which seems like days ago now, the possibility of getting shot, the biological reference points. I understand that maybe I bit off more than folks are willing to chew, and if the board would be willing to entertain a second round with only option C, I would be prepared to present a motion for that.
I think that's a motion to reconsider, and we'd have to go back and determine whether you're on the prevailing side of the vote, whether it was a vote to
tie.
Hang on a sec. We're going to try to figure out where we were. I'm going to let Megan say what she just said to me because I'm not sure I can repeat it.
So the board took affirmative action to include all 5 options in the document. So if you want to reconsider that, it's a 2/3 majority vote. And you have to be from the prevailing side to make that motion.
David, do you want to pursue this? I mean, we're going to have to get into the weeds here and figure out where you were on the vote and then go with a 2/3. Do you want to pursue this?
No, Mr. Chairman, I believe I was not on the prevailing side. I don't want to waste any more time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other issues to be brought before the board on draft amendment 3? And as I sense a winding down, I want to note a couple of things. One is certainly editorial changes, non-substantive in nature, are welcome, and I know Megan would be receptive to those up to a certain point, and I'm going to ask Megan to kind of throw out a deadline date for any what I would consider to be just editorial, or what we would need to make sure are only editorial changes. Megan, what would be that date?
I would ask for Monday close of business. We're going to try and get this out next week.
So any following further changes that are editorial in nature can be submitted via email to Megan, but by the close of business Monday. No, after that it would be too late. We do need a final motion. If there are no longer, I'm sorry, I see a bunch of hands up. I was going to ask for a final motion, but maybe I've jumped the gun. David?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for recognizing me. And I'm not sure where this would kind of fit in. It's not editorial in nature, but after the discussion on the ERPs this morning and the presentation on the tables, I was wondering if we could, if the TC could produce projections on some of the quotas or the total allowable catches for those projections to be included in the PID. I think it would be very helpful for the public to understand the impact of each one of those ERPs that we're talking about. So I'd request that if we could.
David, I just had a sidebar with Megan. She suggests that would be an appropriate request as we move to our next agenda item, and so we'll circle back to that. Was there another hand that went up? Robert?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to make a motion to approve draft amendment 3 for public hearings.
Thank you. How about draft amendment 3 to the Menhaden FMP as modified?
As I said, Mr. Chairman.
So let's get that up on the board. A motion to approve draft amendment 3 to the Menhaden FMP as modified for public comment. Seconded by Dennis Abbott. This would be the final action of the day, and this would mean we're done with our work, good work on the draft amendment. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Is there any objection to the motion? Seeing none, the motion passes by consent and is adopted, and the draft amendment is in its final form. Thank you very much. This was a long journey, but I think a very good one. We really worked through a lot. Now, I've got to quickly sort of pause and let Megan speak to the importance of good communication on public hearings. I know Megan wanted to get that out, so I'll turn it to you.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask if states are interested in a public hearing to please let me know as soon as possible. It's going to be a tight turnaround to get the document out because we have to wait 30 days for that first public hearing. So just let me know as soon as possible, and then I'll put together a draft schedule for the states. And if you don't like the date that you've been given, you can contact me and we'll figure it out from there.
And I'm assuming that's by next week at the latest. Please inform Megan of your desire to have a public meeting in your state. With that, I think we're ready to move on to our last agenda item, and that's item 9, specifications for 2018. This is teed up as a final action item. However, it is up to the board as to whether you want to decide this issue today or postpone it until the November 14th meeting, when the board will be rendering its final decisions on the Amendment 3 issues. We will first hear from Jason McNamee, who will present the results of the several stock projection runs conducted by the technical committee. We'll then take questions, and then we'll take up the issue of whether the board wants to decide on this issue today or postpone it until our next meeting. We had about an hour allocated for this overall issue, but let's see if we can do this in less time. Jason?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a 300-slide presentation, but I'm going to cut right to it. I had fancy equations with superscripts and subscripts, but so Katie, are you running it? Could you jump right to number 9, slide 9? So I'm going to start off with the caveats because I think they're important. I've shown you stock status and all that stuff already. The methods, we have, I've given you this projection presentation, and I think this is literal every time for the past year and a half that you've met. So, you know, it's just the same thing. You can think back to all of the methods and all that stuff, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But the caveats I think are important, so I'll start here. These are, you know, these are caveats that are probably relevant to all projections that you look at for all species, more or less. But in our projections, we did not include any structural or model uncertainty, so there's a source of uncertainty that we did not account for, although we did account for lots of different types of other uncertainty. It's conditional on a set of functional forms. The point of that is we've made some assumptions and some choices, and we think they're good choices, but if we were wrong, that would impact the results of these projections. In our projections, the fisheries were assumed to continue at the current proportions of allocation, meaning between bait and reduction, using the current selectivity, an important thing to consider. New management regulations that alter those proportions or the selectivities would affect projection performance. It would changes to reference points would also impact the projection performance. What we're saying there is not telling you that those things are bad. We're telling you that if they change, the output that we're showing you would be a little different. So just keep, it's a risk assessment you have to do as you kind of make these determinations. I'm not saying one way is good and one way is bad, but just so you're aware that it affects the performance of the projections. Recruitment goes in as a, you know, basically a median value. It gets sampled from the time series. And so if recruitment's characterized by runs of large or small year classes, things that are out of our control because they're driven by environmental or ecological conditions, that affects the trajectories of the projections. What we're using to characterize the catch is the Baranov catch equation. So this assumes mortality occurs throughout the year. So if you start adding in things like seasonal closures and stuff like that, that again impacts the performance of the projections. So this is a series of animations here. I'm not going to show you, there's a bunch of graphs in the memo that we produced. I'm not going to show you all of those graphs, but just so you know what you're looking at when you look at the graphs, there's a plot of 4 graphs. Top left corner is fecundity, just to the right is recruits, bottom left is fishing mortality, and then bottom right is landings. The first set of arrows, if you go ahead and click, Katie, that's so landings. In this case, I'm showing you a constant landings projection, so that's a flat line. Next click, that shows you the reference points. Go ahead and click again. They're both there, so the orange and blue lines on the 2 charts on the left represent the reference points. And then go ahead and click. You've got a set of different quantiles that we're showing you. So the first 2 are the 95th and 5th quantiles. Go ahead and click. The next 2 are the 75th and 25th. And then the one right in the middle there is the median. So just so you know what you're looking at as you're looking at those charts. But the next table, these are the runs. So you've seen these runs before. They are the ones that you have requested. The difference with this set of projections is we're now using the update assessment. So you've got your current TAC is run number 1, and then you have a series of proportional increases to that current TAC, 5% to 40%. You can see what those TACs represent. And then all of the boxes on the right-hand side of the table, under the heading Risk of Exceeding F Target, you have the risks associated with those various TACs by year. And so what you can see, if we just take that first one, 9.5%, that's the risk of exceeding F target in 2018. If we stay at the current TAC, decreases in 2019 and drops to 0 in 2020. The reason why that, and you'll see that's a consistent trend across all of them, the reason that is happening is because that recruitment, median recruitment is coming in and filling in underneath and giving you more biomass to fish off of. Not shockingly, as you then go down the column, as you increase the current TAC, those risks of exceeding the target increase. Hopefully nobody is shocked by that one. Next table is the risk of exceeding F threshold, same setup here. This again is the 6 runs that are just using the TAC as how you're setting the increase or staying status quo. You can see with regard to the threshold, the risks are much lower. Only at the very highest increases do you start to see some really small level of risk of exceeding the F threshold. And then the final 3 runs here were risk-based. These had to do with your probability of being below the F target. And you asked for 3 versions of that, a 50%, 55%, and a 60%. You get less risky as you increase the percent probabilities. So you can see the associated TACs with those levels of risk, and then you see the risk of exceeding the F target, and that is exactly what you had asked for, so those numbers are the reciprocal. If you add them, they equal 100, hopefully. And then the risk of exceeding the threshold is the far right column there, and you can see with all of these, there's a low risk of exceeding that F threshold. And that is it by way of projections.
Thank you, Jason. Questions for Jason on his presentation? Seeing none, what is the will of the board? How would the board like, oh, we have an AP report. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed the AP report on specifications. Jeff, do you have that teed up, or are you ready to jump on that?
Yeah, there's a graphic up here. You already know we met on the 26th. There were a wide variety of AP members there, and obviously, not without surprise, with no surprise, we weren't unanimous in the recommendations to the board. There are several advisors here too. I forgot to mention that earlier, but so 6 AP members didn't support any increase in the TAC, saying the board should wait until the Amendment 3 process is completed. I guess in this case, until Menhaden fully expand to their former range, particularly in the Gulf of Maine. Given the potential to change reference points under Amendment 3, the board should remain status quo on TAC today. Highlight importance of considering ERPs given Menhaden's ecological role as forage fish. 4 members did support an increase. 1 recommended 240,000 metric ton quota, noting that at 314,500 metric tons, only a 50% risk of exceeding the F target, which is conservative from a federal council perspective. I think the New England Council uses a 50% possibility of exceeding the OFL, and I believe the MID uses a 40% chance of doing that. 1 AP member recommended the TAC be increased to 288,500 as there a minimal risk of exceeding F threshold. Another suggested that at a minimum, the 212,500, which is status quo landings from 2009 to 2011, be agreed to. And 1 commented that the projections, which are based on robust estimates of natural mortality indicate a minimal risk of exceeding the reference points. So we were all over the map, Mr. Chairman, with no surprise.
Thank you. I do appreciate the AP's involvement and recommendations on this issue. Questions for Jeff on the AP report? Back to the board for I'm sorry, David? Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a very brief question. This may be more for Jay than Jeff. When we set our increase last year at the 6.42% or whatever, our, up to a 40% increase was 0% chance of going into that overfishing. And yet this year at a 40% increase, we're up to what, 3.5% chance of overfishing or passing the threshold, if I understand right. I guess what I'm looking for from the public's point of view is that we didn't increase it, so where's our return on our investment at? Because if we certainly went over, any reductions in the fishery would be certainly expected, but we went theoretically under. We could go that same route this year and we'd be overfishing. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is was there a recruitment event that caused this to not pay off as maybe we might have looked forward to?
Yeah, so I think I understand your question, and the big difference between previous advice and this advice is previous advice was based off of that 2015 benchmark assessment, so now we were working in, we were outside of that terminal year of the stock assessment by a year or two at that point. Now we're using the update assessment information, so we've kind of rebooted. We have a lot more information to work with, you know, that we have more confidence in. We're not relying as much on all of those assumptions as we project out. So it's not that, and we've already discussed earlier the differences between the population output that came out of the benchmark and the update. So I'm thinking that it's some combination of those things is why the information is a little different. However, I think the advice is pretty close to the same as it was last time. I mean, those are pretty small percentages of risk.
Thank you.
Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Jay, can you put that slide back up that shows the risk with the target? The first slide you had in this series. Okay, what I was going to ask, but it's probably fairly close, but you know, one of the options on the allocation based on TAC level cites 212,500 metric tons, and then works from there as to alternatives once that is met and after it's met. But I suppose that that is fairly close with the 210,000. Not that I would ask that for public, but I would ask that for November, since it's a point estimate right in the document too. So my question is, I know you can't exactly interpolate, but 212,500 should be somewhere closer to 12% than it is 15.5%. Is that correct? On the risk in 2018?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a safe interpolation. You've got it kind of bounded there. I don't know exactly where it would fall, but somewhere in between the two that you have on there, 210,000 and 220,000.
Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you be interested in a motion at this time?
Very.
Did you say yes?
I said very.
Me too. We've got a dinner date at
That's our
6:30.
indecision clause, by the way. If we don't decide, we can't go to dinner, right? So.
I think that at this point there would be no effect on next year's fishery if we didn't do anything today. And being that we have a pending Amendment 3, which should pass by November, coupled with the lateness of the hour, I would like to make a motion to postpone until November the specification setting.
Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Jim Estes. So moved by Dennis Abbott and seconded by Jim Estes to move to postpone the setting or the specification setting for the, I think we should probably add for the 2018 TAC until, let's say November, well, we have a date certain. Is November good enough, or do we need to specify the date?
I think it's the date that we'll be having our Baltimore meeting. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I think we're November 14. Are you comfortable? And is the board, Bob, do you think putting in November 14 is better than just saying November?
Well, the other thing is, is there any value in the board getting together at the annual meeting and setting the quota and then reserving November 14th for just Amendment 3? You're not going to know your reference points at the annual meeting. So one thing you could put in this motion, even though Adam gave good advice yesterday against this, is you could say until the board's next meeting. Because if there's if there's any reason to get together at the annual meeting, that could be done, or it could be November 14th. So, next meeting I think is probably a more flexible term.
So the question is whether we want to be so flexible or whether we want to be more definitive. Richie?
Yeah, I think the intent of this is to wait until after we pass the amendment, because any increase in quota may go to fulfill what we do in the amendment.
Certainly in conjunction with the amendment. I mean, that's how I view it. If this is postponed to November 14, that means on November 14 we have two major decisions to make: the Amendment 3, final decision on Amendment 3, and final decision on the 2018 TAC. And those are coupled, and we're just going to have to figure out the sequencing, but they would be done on the same day if this motion as currently worded were to pass. Discussion on the motion. Emerson?
Are we going to schedule 2 days for this meeting in November?
That's not the intent. Adam?
So I certainly agree with the sentiment that if we took action today or at the annual meeting, we'd probably be looking to change that action after that November date. But Mr. Chairman, I know how I feel. I've got a good sense how people around this table feel. I know how the last single-day meeting went for a Menhaden amendment, and I have grave concerns about trying to do the spec setting process at what is very possibly going to be late after an arduous day. I'm not sure we have a better path in front of us. I would seriously consider looking at doing the spec setting at the annual meeting. At the very least, we would have a sense of the direction we wanted to go relative to this year, and then just go ahead and see those changes take effect with regards to how we potentially modify our management paradigm through Amendment 3. But I have grave concerns about trying to do both on the same day.
Duly noted. I would also note that in discussing this with Megan, one thought was that we could actually insert this in the middle of the Amendment 3 discussion. That would be doing reference points, then doing the spec, and then doing allocation. Just a thought, and I'm not necessarily disagreeing with your comment. I'm just adding another perspective that might help others think this through. Dr. Rhodes.
Well, just a question. Having met now and then meeting on November 14th, is the Menhaden board scheduled to even meet at the annual meeting? Or have you all looked at the calendar for that? Because I would think we wouldn't, and to have this language would do what we need to do.
Bob?
We haven't set the schedule for the annual meeting, so we base it on the outcome of this meeting, so it's still up in the air.
Dr. Duval?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I wanted to return to what Mr. Blazer had asked about earlier, which was, I think, being able to produce projections that were associated with the various reference point options. And I think it was indicated that this would be a good time to bring that up again. So I was wondering if it was possible to get a response on that. That might inform this conversation.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the exact right moment given the pending motion, but let's call it the right moment. Megan, do you have a thought on on that issue in terms of, I guess the request, if I understand, Dave, your request is would be the board tasking the TC to produce projections associated with the reference points that are in the draft amendment. And I'll let Jay respond as to whether that's something the TC would be able to undertake. Jay?
Yeah, so I think we would be able to do projections with those reference points under the conditions that we are currently using. So in other words, all of the other assumptions in the projection methodology that we're using, all of that selectivity and all that kind of stuff, as long as we can keep that static and just drop in the new ecological reference points and where, you know, those tax will be, that we could do by November. I've already actually checked in with Dr. Schuler on this, and she concurred. So as long as we don't have to try and construct all of the variations of what these different allocations might do and all that sort of thing, we could do those projections by November.
So I don't think we need a motion on that. So is there any objection on the issue of tasking the TC to undertake projections, do their best to undertake projections with regard to the reference points in Amendment 3? Seeing no objections, that will be a tasking request from the board to the TC, and I do think it does now better inform the discussion that we're having, in that we will now be looking at not only the projections associated with our single species current assessment, but as well the new reference points. And I think the board's going to need to think through how that would all be sequenced if there were to be a decision made. And I get Adam's point, you know, wholeheartedly, but I'm just trying to think through how that would work, meaning those projections would be provided, I guess, either at the annual meeting or at the November 14th meeting. Again, I'm sort of trying to think through the logical sequence. I do think we need to be cognizant of the fact that on November 14th, we're going to be taking up Amendment 3. That will include as two parts, basically, and Part A is reference points. We will have projections associated with those reference points. I don't think it makes sense to, but maybe it does, to consider those before that meeting. So at that meeting, as we deliberate on the reference point issue, we'll have projections associated with them to better inform the deliberation and decision. And do we want to consider setting the 2018 TAC thereafter, immediately thereafter, or prior to? I mean, I think that's really what it boils down to. I think there is a certain awkwardness prior to, but as I think Adam suggested, there could certainly be reconsideration given. Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do believe, as I said earlier, that I believe Amendment 3 is a great big allocation amendment. And I certainly understand and appreciate Adam's suggestion. But, you know, we know this is coming. We've known this is coming for a long time, so I support the motion.
Thank you. Additional discussion on the motion. Eric?
So what is the guarantee that Amendment 3 will be finalized on November 14th?
There's no such thing as a guarantee, but it's certainly the intent.
Well, because I have no intention of addressing TAC until after Amendment 3 is finalized. So if that means we're going to do it after we do A3 on the 14th, then I would support this motion. If it means we have to wait, I'm a very patient man, believe it or not, and I will wait. And I don't think I'm alone.
Thank you for that. Further discussion on the motion. Emerson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm unclear in terms of what these new projections are that Jason and his team are going to run for either the annual meeting or the November 14th meeting. Is it going to be a revision of these tables that we just had up in terms of what are the percentage probabilities of exceeding the target or the threshold, because the target and the threshold may change based on reference points? Or is it something else that's going to affect our decision on setting specifications for 2018? Thank you.
Well, I'll give my version of an answer, and then Jay may want to clarify. I think it's a separate run or a separate analysis of projections associated with the reference points set forth in the draft amendment, which are a new recommended set of reference points, Piketch et al., the three options that are, all the options that the board agreed to keep would be now subject to projections and associated TAC levels, so that the board would know or have a better sense as to what the implications would be of either staying with the current approach and the current set of projections associated with that, or the new approaches that are included in the options in the amendment. Emerson? Did that answer your question? Or I'm sorry, Jay, did you want to? I probably didn't do a very good job answering that, so Jay.
No, I think you were there. So I'll just add that we probably do have to make some call on that risk probability. I assume we would just pick 50% probability unless you have, guidance on that. I only hesitate because I think we would start to run into issues if we want to throw out, well, how about, 5 different risk scenarios. So, that's my only hesitation, but an assumption about the risk of exceeding those reference points would have to be made. My working hypothesis would be we would just run with 50% for this initial cut at it.
Emerson?
Yeah, yes, I understand both of your responses, well, partially, but I'm still not sure what those runs are going to show us. What are they going to be projections of?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And so it's going to look just like the existing runs, and what we would do is we would set that TAC to not exceed 50% of whichever of those versions. For each, there'll be 3 new runs set at 50% probabilities, and we would move the TAC up to that 50% probability of not exceeding those new reference points, and that's what the projection would show.
Right.
So essentially what you would do would run projection 7 here for the various reference points? I don't want to get too bogged down in this. I'm just trying to figure out here what we're going to get back and whether or not that's going to impact my decision on when I need to, or when I would prefer to set the TAC. Thank you.
Yep, so the answer is yes to your question.
Okay, I think this has better informed the issue, but we're really looking at a motion that is pretty straightforward in terms of whether we want to make a decision today on a TAC or postpone that decision, and if so, do we want to postpone it to the 14th or some other date? Right now, the motion is to postpone it to the 14th. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Eric?
When's the next meeting after November?
February.
I want to make a motion to substitute.
Go ahead.
Move to postpone specification setting for the 2018 season until the February meeting.
Is there a second to that? Seconded by Andy Shields. Discussion on the motion. Eric, do you want to just give the board a sense as to what your...
My previous comment that I don't have any desire to set a TAC until A3 is finished, and I'll be protected in that thought if we postpone until February.
I guess my question to staff is whether, I know Megan's off talking, but I'm wondering about the implications of waiting until February to set a TAC for a fishing year that would have already begun. Adam?
That was my question. Given the discussion we had about no fishery, open fishery, where does this leave us on January 1st? Right.
Yeah, I agree that leaves us in an uncertain place. Richie?
I don't believe it does. If Amendment 3 passes, then it's status quo.
If Amendment 3 passes, but yes, I guess that is a good response. Eric?
There was some discussion earlier about feet to the fire and all that. So I want to vote on this motion.
Okay. Discussion on the motion to substitute, further discussion, I should say. And I think from a staff perspective, I think I've already articulated the concern about waiting until February. Do you have anything else to add on that? Okay. Is there yes, Rob O'Reilly?
Yes, so as been stated before, our General Assembly is the management authority, and to wait until February would really not work out for Virginia.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to call the question. I'll give you 30 seconds to caucus. Just waiting for Megan to return. Let's vote. All in favor of the motion to substitute, please raise your hand. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Abstentions? Null votes? The motion fails 5-13. We're back to the main motion to postpone until November 14th. Is the board ready for the question? Any need to caucus? Emerson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering, to help facilitate our discussion in November, if it's possible to set aside some time at the annual meeting for this board to reconvene and take a look at these projections that are going to be run, so we at least have some knowledge of where we are and what these projections are going to show, so that we can have that discussion ahead of time. And then once we finalize, or hopefully finalize, the amendment in November, we're at least partly up to speed in terms of where we might go with specification setting. Is that possible?
The only hiccup or wrench in that is that I'm not sure I can promise having those projection runs by the October annual meeting, because it's pretty short time between now and then. So if we're ready for them, we can certainly do that, but they may not be ready in time.
But I get your point, Emerson. I think that suggests an interest that I think we probably all would share in at least perhaps getting a briefing at the annual meeting, and we'll take that as something that we'll look to try to do. But given what Megan just said, if it can be done, we'll try and do it. If not, we'll just have to push the whole kit and caboodle to November 14. Are there any other, David, and I think we pretty much addressed your issues. Yeah, okay, good. So are there any other issues, or I'm sorry, any other discussion, or is the board ready to vote on this? I see no hands, so let's vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstentions? Null votes? The motion passes 17-1, and we are done with that agenda item. Is there any other business to come before the board? Seeing none, is there any objection to adjourning? Seeing none, we stand adjourned. Thank you. And let me just say, I know everyone's about to get up, but let me pause for a second and just say, this person to my right is a true champion. I I have been wowed by her intellect and her ability to hold things together, and she's been like a psychologist to me as well. Her no worries has really helped. How many times she said to me, no worries is amazing. So thank you, Megan. Really, really well done. And thank you to the board. Good night.